How's it going, everybody? Todd Medina, SoulGNetwork.com. If you haven't visited our website, go take a look at it. I think it's time we stop playing in the shadows and start dealing with what our true power is as conscious creators. History's been revisiting us lately. False flags are faking, but now we awaken and we all we got. Life is for the taking. It's time to get our souls shaken. Faith fast breaking. Future past recreating. I am soul means the universe is our PlayStation. We're moving from the 3D chakras firing. Kundalini centipede unchained mind broke free. We're getting back our memories. It's not what we was, it's what we be. We're hearing wisdom of the elder trees. Swimming mama's deep blue seas, flying through our multi-dimensionality. Femininity, masculinity, trinity. Divinity, infinity, perch, pluck, perpetuating, elevating, illuminating, emancipating, manifesting, hell to heaven, creating, normalcy negating, conformity constraining. We're healing shadow pieces, now the pain is ceasing, infinite intelligence increases. She's the highest priestess, he's like her, another rainbow warrior god. Goddess giving, receiving, conceiving, believing, achieving. Post-apocalyptic mythic to the mystic. Heaven's just another blip on the soul highway. Tomorrow's past, yesterday's today. Saturday's Monday, Tuesday, Sunday, all the same. It's a human-controlled mind frame game. Space is the place, spaceless, etheric interface. Gave up the paper chase, caught the holy pace. The real race ain't a sprint, it's a magic marathon. Kicking love, smoking angels, trust. Galactical, magical, emphatical, elemental, sentient, earth, fire, water, air, soul on ice. Triad, pyramid, pineal, pituitary, DNA proprietary, soul encoded, deathless, duly noted. Universal, promissory, eternal moment, all we have to be, creations from our thoughts. Let yourself live, let yourself be. Light grid lifting, light workers shifting, vortex portals, magic mixing, universal life force, whole holy is fixing. Timelines are flattening, but we ain't tripping. Duality's double dipping, heart space skipping to the colors coming down. The rhymes are ripping, red, black, white, yellow, brown. Gay, straight, transgender, Muslim, Christian, addicts and hoes. Not what we thought, it's always been what we're known. Halo from the hood, homegrown. I guess the music stopped. Okay, so what's happening, everybody? We're just going to have a little fun tonight and keep this thing rolling. Got a little Michael Mejia coming up here.
Stars spiraling from water to sky, bones to dust, dawn to dusk, man to mastodon, butterflies chasing the light of time back into empty space. The ocean splits as the blood of love bleeds from the soul of creation. Moses appears. He never left. As we move back into the dark, we remember that we have always been the light.
We're still working the bugs out. This is the beginning of a channel that will run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days of the year. And once we have one channel going, we'll have 2, then 3, then 4, accessible by handheld devices, and everyone and anyone that wants to plug in and share their glory, share their transmissions, downloads, channelings, and activations, no matter the story or the station that we come from. This is a place we can do it. We call it Sology, but it's just another word for the Holy Spirit, for the Chi, for the Kundalini, for the life force creative energy that's building in all of us. Oh hell yeah, we got this thing. We've done enough of the pain and the suffering, and it's time to take that bell and let it ring, ring, ring. I'm telling you, it's the real thing. We're no longer swimming in our doubts. We know what's happening. There's too much evidence, and it's not on the mainstream media or the alternate news platforms. It's in platforms like Sology, and they're all over the world. We just don't know these people yet, but let's connect these dots. We are the grid, each and every one of us, from inside of us. We're the ones that make this happen. And for every doubt that we carry, and every external blame or shame that we cast on another, we hold this thing back. It's time to take our power back. And we do that by looking at everything and anything outside of ourselves and taking it into ourselves and internalizing it and being the transformers that we are. We can't throw any absolutes down on the universe. We can't say, if you do this and you do that and things are like this or like that, then I will participate. Our job is to go through the doors of fear and to utilize our limitless capacity as transformers and creators and make this heaven on earth thing happen. It doesn't matter about elections or COVIDs or masks or quarantines. It cannot supersede the power that we all carry from within ourselves. We've got God's greatest army, or the goddess's greatest army. We got every elemental kingdom, galactic, angelic, divine essence, archangelic. All the light beings of the multiverses are behind us, because we are at the center of a transformation that many people call ascension. But it comes through the individuality that we can all infuse into this holy matrix as we deconstruct the false matrix. I just want to say it's a pleasure and an honor to be a part of this expanding vortex of frequencies to an ever-expanding vibration that each and every one of you are a part of. That's the thing about this energy called Soulji, known by other names. Everybody's included, nobody's left out. We take out every aspect of dark and light. And from that expanse of polarities, we integrate and zero point and find the soul highway. We've done a hell of a job. We've done a phenomenal job. And the whole universe is on the edge of its seat, waiting to see how far we're going to take it. So we're going to do our best to reflect the energy that we all share here at Soulji. And we're just going to keep making it up as we go. Spontaneity, intuitiveness, creativity, imagination, and courage. A reflection of the I Am Soul, made in the image of what created us. Here's a little power of love.
Come to the temple, bathe in the presence of love. Let go of the worry, lay down your sword. You've had enough. For I know you're weary, the battle has taken its toll. Illusion is shattering, the veil is rent. You're whole. So come to the fire and lay down the shame of the past. The blaze purifying, revealing your gold at last. You hold the keys now, unlocking your shackles and chains. No longer a prisoner, you are now free and reclaimed. You're reclaimed. Surrender to my trust that you're enough. Allow yourself to breathe and remember, remember, remember. Oh, remember, remember, remember. So come to the mystery and give up the stories you know. The path now collapsing, leading us all back to one. No longer divided, fractals united in peace. And it's time to play now like children of love's destiny, destiny.
Let's crank it up a little bit. I think it's time that we stopped, like I said earlier, swimming in the shadows and started connecting with our power. We spend so much time talking about our differences and what's separate from us, but we ain't separate from anything. Oneness is oneness, and there is no space in between. We all coming from the same place. Trauma central, true and tried. Life slapped us all in the face. But now we awakening, demonstrating esoteric mainstream, dark night, sacred spirit screams, killing lies and living dreams. It's not what you think, it's always been what you known. Halo from the hood, homegrown. Activation, stimulation, etheric simulation, meditation, visualization, instant creative manifestation. Faith is revealing. Hell yeah, we're healing. Fears keep falling. I hear the silent angels calling. Galactic download transmissions, channelings, activations. Halos highballing. Feel it rising. We got this shift. Get y'all grace grip. Ego done been stripped. Let this mother rip. Air, water, fire, and ice, stone, cold, blue, perpetual cycle. It's on the level. Don't think twice. Time to balance, ground, and integrate. Guard your space. Hells to heavens is the holiest place. We're grinding in the grace. Energetic, etheric field, shadows repelled, revealed, spirit, science, seven sealing, Ark of Covenant, divinity dealing, tripping, trilling by the millions. Hope ain't healing. I said hope ain't healing. We got the mojo magical, senses supernatural. Take your hat off to me and you after all we've been through. We are a force, fantastical, mystical, masterful, ancient, alchemical, unifying, untraditional, remembering. Culture conventional, comes conditional, relevational, revolutional, sacred is the solutional. Soulgasmic super sisters, brothers, can you feel me? Mama, you can heal me. World tried to steal me, and love has revealed you to me. How's it going, everybody? Just having a little fun tonight, kicking it up. We spend so much time in the shadows. It's getting a little boring and a little redundant. I think it's high time we started taking stock in ourselves and owning the fact that we are eternal souls. This is nothing you're going to find in the mainstream media. Nothing in the alt news platforms. Nothing on the conspiracy or disclosure platforms. And nothing against that, because it woke a lot of us up. Just my humble opinion, but it's time to start talking about our possibilities and our probabilities, because we're not in this alone, and we've never been alone, and we've never been forsaken. This is a universal transformation, a universal ascension. We are affecting every timeline, every dimension, by the choices we make moment by moment in our present existence. So never underestimate the power of one unique and equal soul, especially your own. We are the power, the glory, the peace, the protection, the love, the courage, the wisdom, and the open-mindedness that it takes to create new births in this universe. We're made in the image. And when we think about that, we think of physical characteristics. But no, we're talking about the non-physical. And here in this realm where we have the most extreme polarities, we're integrating everything. Masculine and feminine, dark and light, wrong and right. And most of all, we're integrating the physical aspects of ourselves that we're getting to know again, and the non-physical aspects that have been coming through for the last few years. Yeah, it's time to get this party rolling. We've given enough attention to the things that are wrong. We've pointed out outside of ourselves to those things that we deem as wrong. But why don't we start focusing our attention onto the power, the infinite, limitless capacity of the I Am Soul? This is what we came for, to find out who we are, and what we're a part of. But more importantly, to find out what we can do with it. We are gods and goddesses in the flesh. Each and every one of us a valiant soul that raised their hand to come here through a series of many, many, many incarnations. But make no mistake, not every soul can come here. They had to earn it. And that ought to tell you something about me and you, about what we achieved and how we expanded before we ever walked on the face of the earth. So let's take stock in ourselves. Let's start looking at what we've done right. Let's start giving some credibility to all the shadow work and zero pointing that we've done and are doing. Let's start focusing our efforts on the seed of creation that we carry as we have been made in the image. The ability to take any and all polarities and integrate them and alchemize them in the spirit of transformation, the growth of the universe. There's been a lot of projection, polarization, acting out in the lightworker circles. And it's time we put that behind us. It's time that we look at anyone, anything outside of ourselves and start to see it as the message that it is. The invitation and the opportunity to go within ourselves and own it as ourselves. If you see anything outside of you that you don't identify with, or that makes you uncomfortable, or that pisses you off, take it inside yourself and look for the energetic frequency that matches it within yourself that we haven't found. It's time to roll. It's time to bring this party on. The whole universe is waiting and will benefit from it.
Complete darkness swallowed me whole, broken, beaten, can't take anymore. Body abused, alone, crazy, hiding scars, body parts. Rearranged, my child inside, completely gone. I beg for mercy, no more fight. Done, 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 I surrender. Karmic hold slowly releases, I lay still, silent. I can feel, help is on its way this time. I died, I came home, I am reborn. From a golden diamond string, her eyes so kind, her heart whole. She descended from the heavens, reaching, pulling a gift from source. She kisses my mouth, she holds out her hand, I take it. I'm ready to be free from suffering. I am ready to live, I am ready to heal, I am safe, I am love, I am soul, I am. Complete darkness swallowed me whole, broken, beaten, can't take anymore. Body abused, alone, crazy, hiding scars, body parts. Rearranged, my child inside, completely gone. I beg for mercy, no more fight. Done, 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 I surrender. Karmic hold slowly releases, I lay still, silent. I can feel, help is on its way this time. I died, I came home, I am reborn. From a golden diamond string, her eyes so kind, her heart whole. She descended from the heavens, reaching, pulling a gift from source. She kisses my mouth, she holds out her hand, I take it. I'm ready to be free from suffering. I am ready to live, I am ready to heal, I am safe, I am love, I am soul, I am.
How's it going, everybody? It's an honor and a privilege to be in this awakening with all of you. We're all finding our groove. Each and every one of us is learning what it means to thine own self be true. You see, I love music. And to me, what we're doing is a remix. You ever heard a remix by a DJ that takes some old music and then puts a spin on it with some lyrics or some other music and creates a more expanded vibration of something that was created behind them in the past? That's what we're doing. We're taking the wisdom of the Kuan Yins and the Saint Germains and the Sanandas and the Magdalenes and the Yemanja and the Buddha, and we're putting our experience in combination with the Akashic records that we came into this incarnation with, and we're producing a higher wisdom and a higher love and a higher courage and a higher level of sovereignty that this universe, the multiverses, have never seen. You got to remember something. It's time to give ourselves some credit. We are the boots on the ground. We're the gods and goddesses in the flesh. Our galactic aspects and our angelic aspects and archangelic and divine essences and elemental aspects, they're all a composition of what we are. And they can provide us with the codes and the information and the guidance to go forward. But what they can't do is what we can do for ourselves. And that's to thine own self be true, to claim our power and our sovereignty, and to expand ourselves. And the beautiful thing about the Trinity energy is when two or more gather, we're affecting all timelines and dimensions. We're serving ourselves, our brothers and sisters, and the collective in equal measure. We are the I Am Soul, and we will continue to ascend in an expanding energy, losing judgment and jealousy and all the charismatic children of fear, and transform them and alchemize them into a more powerful expression of the universal existence and the universal being. We've moved past the demands of linear time where we're supposed to do this and supposed to do that. And all we got to do is be. Just be. That's the greatest thing about this journey, is we're finding out that the greatest contribution we can make is just to be ourselves and not be ashamed about it and not be embarrassed about it. Just to do it. I am soul. Little Universal Brothers and Sisters Circle. I'm going to come back with some excerpts from Soul Speaks 5D and a little music in between. We're going to see how long we can go tonight before they kick us off all the 15 platforms we're on. But we have a resolution for that. We're building a website that will not be constricted by the matrix apparatuses, that will not censor us, that will not say that we can't play our feed because of copyright. There is no ownership in this new earth that we're creating.
Universal brothers and sisters, you know what I'm saying? They got the MJ. I use a tag joint, you know what I'm saying? I'm doing it for free. No, thank you, MJ. It's nothing, man. Yeah. Y'all know it's paper, you know what I'm saying?
MJ Nichols.
Dig it, y'all. Yeah. 1, 2, we come through. 4, 5, my crew live. 7, 8, big waves. 6, 9, it's about time. Get it in, kid. Word up, yo. Hang 10. Yeah. 1, 2, we come through. 4, 5, my crew live. 7, 8, big waves. 6, 9, it's about time. Get it in, kid. Word up, hang 10. Yeah.
Purchase your tracks.
But it's all, we did it hard. It's a paradox, young Goldilocks. Ride a key, open up the block. Ice cream truck, can't play the song. Watch the kids run. Love. Yeah. Archangel, man, that blue flame. Got a thing for this maintain. Forever changing. Spirit riding, ain't no hiding. We outside with them birds flying. Responsible for the balance, man. 13's new stream. Blood moon is cool beans. Hold it down, that's one team. Yeah, keep it tight, stay showing up. Just hold the truth. Yeah, show you right, get a real deal. My holy skills, your shadows barring will hold you feel. Release the grease like foam and grill. Hang 10, Audi 5G. Surge up when we get down. This wetsuit, straight crystalline. Stays cool up at school. No need to teach, just more releasing. Yo, forever be
MJ Nichols.
We here, baby. Yo, 1, 2, we come through. 4, 5, my crew live. 7, 8, them big waves. 6, 9, it's about time. Get it in, kid. Word up, yo. Hang 10. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yo, 1, 2, we come through. 4, 5, my crew live. 7, 8, them big waves. 6, 9, it's about time. Get it in, kid. Word up, yo. Hang 10. Yo, dope paths on stellar crafts. In the trench type, pop chem lights. Ash tar, we one fleet. Been about flight MOP. Some too hype, straight amplified. Got 2 mics. Yeah. Yo, stereo, Jamariel. Geronimo, stay funkin', bro. Jamiroquai ain't bout to be, cause I did it free. Did it in, can't be stopped. This bubblegum gon' go pop. Pop. Yeah. Yup. Yo, Lil Buddha spit so bananas. Taste the flavor, my Joe Bazooka. Roll the rooter, gon' get dirty. Finish late and I'm up early. Work ethic from the future. Make fly, gon' work the magic. Invoking dope on your speakers. Ancient texts in these lyrics. This spirit man, that moon planet. That ego mind can't stand it. Do the dance when I hop dimensions. Yeah, Lord, we hop dimensions, bro. For real though, big up. 1, 2, we come through. 4, 5, my crew live. 7, 8, them big waves. 3, 6, 9, it's about time. Yo, it ain't kid, we all hang 10.
I went on a spirit walk for 7 months, actually about 2 years, but the first most important part of it was for 7 months. For those of you who don't know, I left my home with 2 suitcases, a briefcase, and a box of mementos. Within a year, well, when I left that day, I didn't have anything, nothing. Had $175 in my pocket. Went and rented a room for 3 nights, and that pretty much took it all. But anyway, my point is, I learned a lot walking. It's like a constant communion. When you don't have anything in the world, you don't have anyone to call. Everything you ever had was gone one way or the other, doesn't really matter. You find out that circumstances and consequences of your actions, if they can be judged, they're all the same thing. Doesn't matter how you got there. What matters is where you're at and where you're going. So I did a lot of thinking. And as the individual goes, the collective goes. So, you know, I'm looking around today and I'm seeing a lot of the same thing everywhere I go. On Facebook, people I talk to, everybody's trying to figure this shit out. We ain't gonna figure it out. They want to talk about archons and Jesus, Nibiru. They want to talk about tall whites, reptilians. They want to talk about the Anunnaki. They want to talk about Abraham. You know, they want to talk about the Sumerians, Atlantis. They want to talk about the Illuminati, Rothschilds, 13 families, secret government, secret space programs. Let me tell you something. This universe is endless. And let me tell you how you judge your faith and how you find your soul. Okay? Let me tell you how you do that. Whatever you believe, just like me walking down the street right now, I had to stop under this roof because it's pouring rain. One of the only possessions I have is this phone I'm holding in my hand. All right? Well, whatever your beliefs are, I don't give a damn what you think. Okay? I don't give a damn how certain you are. Okay? There's only one kind of faith. It ain't the faith everybody thinks it is. It's a transitive verb to trust and believe. And it's really not the right description. What I would call it is know. K-N-O-W. This is how you test it. And this is how you find it. I'm just going to take something for an example. I'm not picking on anyone. I talk about the Christians a lot because I grew up in the Western world, Western religion. So I'm not going to talk about them today. Let me take Islam. All right. Let's say I'm a Muslim, and I know and I praise Allah, and I worship every day of my life. Let's say the day comes where there's irrefutable proof, because some alien beings come, or however it happens, that all that was a bunch of bullshit. That it's not real. When you strip everything away that you have, everything, every single thing, every idea, every thought, every condition, every material possession, everyone you love, and you're stuck in a place that's actually a blessing. I call it the universal isolation. And you're stuck there all by yourself. That's the point. That's all you got. All you got's you. That's it. So number one, you can test your faith, so to speak, your beliefs, so to speak, based on having it taken away from you. You believe in Jesus, take that out of the picture. What do you got left? Huh? Oh, well, I'm going to have you. That's going to happen. No, I'm saying take it away. Take anything you have away. Everything you have, take it away. Get rid of it. Test yourself. All right? Now, what do you got left? All right? That's how you test it. And that's how you find it. I am soul. That's all we have. Soul is the heart and mind and spirit. It is the link to this infinite, never-ending, all-knowing, all-loving, and all-fair, even though we can't understand it. You cannot find the faith, you cannot find the light outside of yourself until you find it within yourself. It's Todd Medina. I'm sorry I said the S word 2 times. Soldier One Studios on a spirit walk. I hope you enjoyed it. Wishing you peace, power, protection, and big ass love from Soldier One. Let's be real about this. The truth is, I don't know what I'm doing. There is no plan, and this shift is moving so fast, like we're all babies again. We're learning at warp speed, but this time the universe is reciprocating, big time. We're all the center of the universe, and that ain't no story sold in a good book. We are the good book. We are the science and the stars. The universe originates in the inner space beneath the construct of a mind that we as a universe lay down on us, threw down on us with purpose and meaning. I am soul. It's not a cliche, it's a fucking battle cry. And it can help you find yourself in the deepest, darkest little deaths that you could ever attract to yourself. And if you've thought about it and didn't want to think about it, you can bet it's coming. Everything's coming up. Because this is the ascension, where the walls come tumbling down, or the ride can be a big soulgasm. The choice is on us. This is the space we hold in the entirety of the universe. The only thing we can own is ourselves. So make it good, man. Bring it. Every time. All the time. Because the greatest truth is we are all right on time. Who's the only one that could really have fooled you? Think about it. Give yourself some credit. Feel it. That sacred vibration, the one you seek, that sensuous love coming from the soul. We all been there, man. Just think of your highest pain. Those wholesale changes when life's rearranging in the blink of a mind's eye to find a higher mind. That's it, man. That's me and that's you. Hell yeah, it is. Hardcore, full living soul. Hardcore, full loving soul. Here's a little Eugene Samuel Lang, an ode paying homage to the mother goddess energy that's resurfacing in all of us, whether you're a man, woman, or a child. It's a beautiful song.
God has women's intuition. Open up your heart and listen. It's all about inner tuition, angel. God has women's intuition. Open up your heart and listen. It's all about inner tuition, angel. Party. Someone left the cake house in the rain, but it rains roses. Red, white, yellow, orange, and pink. Paper like petals floated in the evening breeze, so nobody noticed. So it didn't really matter, Mr. the language of life, love, and laughter, and happy ever after. Nevertheless, the avenged time stood looking over my right-hand shoulder, talking to me about heroic third participant. Me. Well, I just listened, looked, acted like I understood. Whatever sense I'd have made of it at that instant, at that moment in time, would have done me equally as good. I sat lost in thought, composing an ode to a transcendent saxophone. My memory dressed for the part in an African tie-dye suit, the colors of my old school tie, call it night sky. Had a purple velvet bow tie, and then like, hey, call me, Mr. Nice Guy, me. You wore a black dress and a blue aura as you sat sedately cross-legged at the center of my mind's eye. A jive sample let fly a rare Yusuf Lateef flute solo. You swung bolo. Around your feet yapped a little mutt called Toto. And I watched from an upstairs classroom window. Liverpool Collegiate, believe it or leave it. Lattice work, triptych, lead line, diamond glass, navy blue stars in the sky, night class, mirror from the depths of the past. Vous, monsieur, mais oui. Voyeur at the bottom of the sea. Well, you did ask. Time flies fast, but why me the mind borrows? While you merely bask, your bewilderment buried like some long-forgotten dream, along with another blues-based graveyard scene and a picture stolen from another talk-stuff college scenario, like a vision in stereo. And all I could say was, yeah, you know, open up your heart and listen, angel. You sang an aria accompanied by the photograph of a cello. United powers met and the air was mellow. Was je ne regret rien? But then again, that was then. But never again, never against my better judgment. For I lost my reputation for good taste. Or was it merely just my taste for good reputation? From a graveyard scene in New Orleans, inscribed in the language of a visual battle card, I faded and reappeared wearing a sequined harlequin's mask of varying hues, just in time for the masked ball. Enchanted by your spell, but leaving no clues, I merely pretend to be amused by a name that only you would call. You as precious as a piece of antique Afro-Cuban jewelry, and you thought you knew me. But if loaves are pale, then life is a Creole casserole, laced with emeralds and spiced with rubies. And if music truly be the food of love, let me wear its multicolored griot rhythms as the most sacred ribbons of my holy fool's motley. All you got to do is listen and open up your heart with vision, angel. Diamond by design, my disguise became harder while you, triggering the trap you sprung yourself, you became ensnared as you enraptured, captured by the smoothness and the stillness and the coolness of the warm night air. And that's something special that made you say in your own sweetly unsophisticated yet sadistic way, I just don't care. Trick or treat, do or dare, I'm going to have to go there wherever it may lead. Eyelashes plead, a side designs a snare, silver web spun glistening, clinging lace embroidered dream, transparent sanguine chalice spilt to gild the heart with blood and guilt. Serendipity duped us, and we were misled by our own misdeeds. Angel, God's got women's intuition. Open up your heart and listen. It's all about intuition. Angel, all inhibitions free. Empathy grew from our mutual need. Before either of us had time to really take heed, there you were without a care. Dusky English rose composed of metal petals, polished, relaxed, and in full control you settled as you affect the exotic dialect of an Andalusian muse, fashioning speech from musical notes that floated upward from an ocean of soul. You underlined the feeling with an obscure logic, an ancient wisdom that I've forgotten now, as much as you had even then. I receded submerged in the mystery of your imagination, oohed at my side, quill in my hand, parchment on my knee, trying to bridge an affinity to your pre-minstrel asymmetry. But you cannot see me clearly. I'm allowing you to question openly and freely, but
You know what?
still
I
cannot
never-
see me clearly.
I never recorded it.
Sound
I never. All right, it's on now. Todd Medina Soldier One Studios, just trying to make something happen with my friend Melinda on the flute. What else to do? To thine own self be true. Tried it all, not staying for what they're saying. Next spell they're selling, take it but don't tell. Trying to bribe, anesthetize the angels in my soul. I've been pride of the tribe, possessed and occupied. Devil to my soul, I've been homeless, holy and whole. Found divinity is in me. Not a thing to be me, I can just be. Fears lied to me. Now I'm free, fearless and free. World's lost its grip on me. And this is where a soul stands. Forgive me my mother, sister, father, and brother. Forgive me my child, stranger, friend, and lover. See what you see, the past let go of me. It's letting go of you. This is where we are, not where we're gonna be. Yesterday is gone, same old tired song. It's what we let it be. Burdens wasted, blessings chased, shadows grace, finally facing death, no last breath. Sons and sisters setting like the suns. No more forgetting, impossible, not possible, but actual factual. Holographic, apocalyptic, there is no antithesis. Cosmic synthesis, put parentheses around the words, I am a soul. Sacred stride, cadence of a soul calling. Lies, governments, religions all falling. Pick up the pieces, increase the peace of the cool waters of the soul. Mystical circumstance, no chance, happenstance, nothing catastrophic, cryptic to mystic. Open eyes, seeing through mysteries, don't think our history had to run crisp at our knees, trying to hold down the light in you and me. Dark energy filled the end of our yin-yang universe, it's no disgrace. Been fooled when we retake this holy place. They lay there just beyond the lies, time to face anything, anyone keeping us divided. They tried, they can't hide it. Yeah. The only Independence Day that means anything is the one that takes place from the spirit, heart, and mind. We're our own salvation, divine demonstration, no matter the station of our lives. Freedom applies to... Well, we got a lot of work to do.
Hello, sister. Do you think you know who you are? Do you think you know what you can do? I'm telling you, you don't know a thing about yourself as long as you think you're limited. Why am I telling you? Why am I so fierce at this moment? I'm telling you, I did think I knew who I am. All the time I would be mild and gentle and peaceful and a humble being, and it's perfect to be like this. You know what I mean? It is perfect to be all this. And I tell you, I still am. But there's the other part of me, of you, of anybody, of us. Whatever you are practicing all the time, all the years of your life, what you think you're good at, what you should improve, and what you should be perfect in, because you're born with it. I'm telling you, there's much more in each of you. My case, this you feel, you hear now, this fierce energy, this fire, and this pressure. Well, so much pressure because I've held it back all my life. What the hell did I do? I'm exploding, my goodness. You see, maybe it's not your part to learn this one, but I'm telling you, don't rely on that what you think you are. Don't rely on that what people are mirroring you and telling you what you shall do or be. Just find out, just do it. Go on, try yourself, make mistakes, fall and fall and fall again, and get up again. You cannot fail, you cannot do anything wrong. Just do it. Do it. Get back your natural energy. Get back your natural being. Your whole natural being. No matter if you're young or old, if you're a man or a woman, no matter which country you've been raised, no matter whatever people told you are, no matter whatever ever you thought you will be, just be serious with yourself. Just be honest with yourself. Feel all the little things that want to come up in you and want to be expressed and lived and felt. Just go. Live it. Be it.
Why am I nervous, man? Look at that.
I can't see anything without my glasses.
That just popped up. It's a weird geezer. How cool is that? Okay. It's not. Okay, here we go. All right. We're live. We've got 12 people in the house. Milana. Hi, Milana. Michael Abramson, Karen Starr, Charlene Wall, Debrielle, Mary Cooper, Kirsty Belleville, Leslie Martin, Philo Leela, Tamara Von Brugel, Ryan Powers, Ryan Aguilar, Lisa Martin. They're coming in very, very fast. Sean Warren, Karen Starr. Let me say first, thank you everybody for your continued love and support and contributions. So in typical Sology fashion, which is just a name for all the energy that we all share, that we all are, this is spontaneous through some synchronistic events, and 39 minutes ago, we got the word to come on again.
Actually, I think tomorrow.
Yeah. Kamara Ford was a big part of that. Okay, so much of what's happening in 2019 is about coming out. And I just received this intro before we got started. Of what to say to introduce this broadcast. I'm just going to say it. So we're sitting outside. Morgan got the word, let's do this. And I'm like, what? Do what? She's like, let's go do this now. And I'm like, okay. Everyone knows she's hesitant, somewhat reluctant, and has been to come on. Not that she's shy, but that she doesn't need to do that. That's reflective of this feminine energy that's rising now. Okay. So when I was sitting outside, we're talking about the subjects that we posted because it's time. And I saw all of these long, elongated crystals come down onto the earth and form a circle around us. And then all of these sisters started to come, all right, like to hold space. And then a masculine energy that looked like a centaur with an arrow, like a Sagittarius, which I happen to be, which I don't think that has anything to do with it. I think this is just a metaphoric transmission, shot an arrow of fire into the circle, and a big rectangular, what looked like a cube of ice appeared in the middle of the fire. I don't know why I'm saying that, but I know there must be some meaning to it. So this is the year that we're all coming out. The divine feminine's coming out in all of our voices, male or female. And so I'm going to lead in with what I received, right? Which is basically this. I met this incredible woman 3+ years ago. And from the get-go, I knew something was going on. And again, this is not just about a personal journey of two people or one person. She told me very early on, and she's been connected for many, many years, almost 20 years, as many of you have, especially the divine feminines around the world who've been doing work. And we've talked about this in anonymity, without notoriety, sometimes in seclusion, estranged from families and such. And again, thank you all for doing that. Now, my point is that she told me, I came here, I understand my mission is to bring divine union, divine love back to the planet. And I'm supposed to say that. We have 3 subjects on the board, and the first subject is Helioscamos. Helioscamos is something that has been written about in many of the ancient texts. Many people have received transmissions about it. And I think we turn that over to you now. And by the way, Morgan has a Helioscamos page, which I'm being told that needs to come out right now because there is some good information on it. What is Helioscamos?
What is Helioscamos? Helioscamos is the understanding that 2 souls can actually consciously merge, and it doesn't matter if they're on the other side of the planet, it doesn't matter if they're together or whatever, but this conscious intention of merging the 2 souls through every chakra is so powerful. And what I found through learning, in my learning experience, was that most people get stuck at the sacral chakra and then it becomes cyber sex, and it was never ever meant to be that. In the beginning, Todd Medina apparently admitted only a few months ago that he was stalking me for 6 months. Yeah. And then he invited me to like his astrology page, and I wrote back to him, can you tell me about it? And he just ignored me for a couple of days, which I was okay with. I mean, I don't want to be in groups. It didn't matter. But 2 days later, I think it was in the middle of the afternoon for me, I just knew to respond to him, and he was in a state where he was yelling out for, I need her now. I had had a few years of practicing what I call Helioscamos, which was merging with other people. Actually, all of them were masculine energies, bar one, where I would consciously allow my soul to merge with his soul nearly every single time. The first one was very, very sexual for him. And then I would say to him, we're going to merge. And at that point it was, we're going to merge as one for the next 2 weeks. Where the two people consciously become one, share energetic information, they share expansion. Actually, there was this one man, I think it was one of my clients, and it was the very first one that I did, and I accidentally merged with him, and he came to me because he had an addiction to sex. He was having sex with 4 or 5 or 6 women a day. He was married with 3 young girls. He didn't care if they were 14 or 90 plus, and he was having sex with 90 plus women, which was profound to me. But he came to me with an issue of being oversexed. He merged with me. We stayed in that state as one for 2 weeks. I was in a relationship where there was almost 0 sex. Did you mention this is X-rated?
It's not X-rated. This is soul family we're with.
So I spent 2 weeks having multiple orgasms at the most inappropriate times. I'd be driving down the road, I had to pull over and stop. But at the end of that 2 weeks, his addiction to sex was gone, and my knowledge of my worthiness of some healthy sexual energy had expanded.
Yeah.
So the two human beings that allow themselves to merge as one consciously through all the chakras, expand each other. I think it was only about 3 or 4 months later, I had a presentation that I had to do in front of a class of people, and I was beside myself. And Todd Medina, who has never had any issue with that. So we merged the, and this is not consciously, we just watched it happen. So my power solar plexus merged with his, and my throat chakra merged with his, and all my terror of speaking out publicly disappeared.
Yeah.
And from that point also, I noticed that I just started writing poetry. Now, I'd never written poetry in my life, but allowing at a conscious level myself to merge with those two aspects of him opened up something in me where I could now write poetry. So I was really, after a few years of this, understanding that we have the ability to bypass the human mind and merge energetically and actually gain from each other.
Yeah.
Now, at the same time, every time we merged and consciously merged, both of us expanded.
Yeah. Let me interject. So she understood, as everybody has some idea of their mission. She understood from the get-go that her primary mission was to bring divine union, divine love back to the planet, right? She went through many years of, and was given, and not even had ever read about Helioscamas. Once we merged and had Helioscamas, and I started to take it in, I also understood that at all times that we have human interaction, be it through the internet, through imagination, through physical interaction, be it intimate or not, we were always merging with people. But this, what I began to understand, was a conscious merging. So the night that we met, which was my night, was her day, I was going through a whole bunch of stuff. And here we are with the etherical alignment and all that. And it was 3:33 in the morning, and I was in a very difficult space. And I did. I jumped up off the couch and I said, I need her now. And she messaged me. On the surface, it was her responding to her own intuition. But on the surface, it was really about, hey, do you want to join Sology? And I had never even asked anybody to. So I just was doing that because I was trying to bust the move, basically. True, that's true. So my point is from the get-go, there was a part of me that understood what she had to say about divine union and what the world lacked. Because ever since I was a little kid, I always, and I don't want this to sound wrong, I always believed the fairy tale. I knew she was there. So we start, the first night we were together, Harry Escamas, I said, I know I need to talk to you. I know we need to connect. Can you, I don't know what I said that night. But
I need her.
Yeah, I said that. And then we started talking as humans. And you told me, and this is to give you an idea from my perspective, not someone who'd been getting this information for 15, 17 years. She said to me, we're going to, trust me, basically, we're going to merge. I said, what the hell is that? Harry Escamas, what the hell is that? And she explained to me that when two souls consciously merge without agenda, without blockages, from the highest intent, the pureness of our soul, that they gain from each other where they need help, what they're lacking. So she said to me, Todd Medina, may I hold your heart in my hands? And I said, okay. And I felt my heart being held. And so that's the chakra we started at. And then she said, with your permission, you can hold my heart in your hands. And so we went through this whole thing, and I began to understand that, because she told me, you're stuck in your sacral chakra like most men. I thought it was, some kind of sexual experience. It's not. It's not. I was going to write a post just before we came on and before our sister Camara hit me up and initiated this, unbeknownst to her. And I was going to say, yes, to us or her, yeah. So I was going to say in it, we are, and I told our sister this, we are in the infancy of sacred sex, which we're going to talk about in a little bit, a hint of it. And I was going to write a post, a meme, that said, from a man's perspective, sacred sex has nothing to do with a happy ending or an orgasm. Now, if you had told me that 3, 4, 5 months ago, I would have said you're out of your freaking mind. But I'm here to tell you, this is what we really are. It's not porn. It's not cyber sex. It's not any of that. It's something that we can remember when we have the faith to step into it. And the big part of it is, and that's why I think possibly we started with Helios Gamos, is because Helios Gamos is two souls merging from the purest intent and the highest unconditional love. And we, even without consciousness, but even without understanding, let me put it that way, even without understanding what's happening, I'm going to go back to her example and hand it back over to her. So we merged. We had Helios Gamos on that night at 3:33 in my morning. And then it went the next day and the next day. And she's right. I watched our chakras merge. I watched our higher selves merge. And I saw the effect that it had on the human being. I began to, very hardened, start to become softer, started to become more compassionate, less competitive. She has this great example, which I'm going to reiterate and hand back to her. So she was going to have to give a speech in a class she was taking. Everyone knows I don't have a problem being on camera. When I'm on with her, I don't know why I'm nervous the last 2 times. But the point is, I know this is us stepping out, coming out, all of us. So she was going to have this assignment where she had to speak in front of the class. We merged 3 or 4 or 5 times. She went into the class. She gave an impeccable speech and had no anxiety. Not only that, but I was to the point writing a lot more poetry from my heart, my soul. She started writing poetry. This is an example in the physical of how it works. Okay. And so I just wanted to make that clear, because that's the seat that I sit in when I talk to people. And so that, it can be understand. Maybe I have a skill of making people understand it on a broader level so that everybody gets it, so, but that's what it is. That's to me from an unknowing point of view and a shadowed masculine of what Helios Gamos is. And I believe that after you receive this from infinite intelligence and your communion with the universe, you began to research Helios Gamos and actually found some stuff on it. And you can find stuff on it now in the internet.
I did, but not much. I mean, for me, I'd been doing it for years, and to me, it was just soul merging. And I think I wrote a post about it, and somebody said to me, that's Helios Gamos. So I began to do some research on Helios Gamos and realized that is exactly what it was. I had been doing this for years before I met Todd, and I found that, with every person that I merged with, initially their interest was in the sacral chakra, and I would say, I'm sorry for my bluntness, but this is a fact. I'm not doing cyber sex. I know that this is touching the sacral chakra, but there are all these other chakras, and if we go up through the chakras, every chakra will expand both of us more so. And for me at the time, it was like a fast tracking. So Todd and I moved on from, we very quickly did all of the chakras. It wasn't sexual, which he was the first man that didn't make it sexual. I mean, obviously, that first one was quite sexual for you.
No, it was not.
Okay, so Todd was the first man that said, yeah, okay, I want to move up through all the chakras. And I said to him, it's such pure love that the human mind will feel like he's fallen in love. But pure love creates that. It's such a powerful energy to allow consciously one soul to merge with another for that expansion period. So then we practiced it when we were told to. And we started having these incredible, both of us could see what the higher self energies, the souls, I mean, I'm not into labels or whatever, but we started observing and watching what they were doing. And all this was happening in dimension. And we started to quickly understand that if we met, and we didn't meet, I think, for 18 months.
It was probably almost 16, 17 months.
Okay, so we were having all these experiences in dimension with both of us fully conscious of what our higher selves were doing. And I knew very quickly I have to go and meet this man, because I'd never worked with anyone for more than 2 weeks.
Yeah, let's back up for 1 second. And the reason I want to do that is because I think a lot of people can relate to this. I came off the streets after 2 years, and I got a computer, and I started to be on Facebook and meet people. And there was this progression, because most of the people that are in these light worker circles are women. So the resonance, and we're all driven by that sacred sexual energy. We just didn't know it was sacred. And so there was this whole progression. And what I started to understand in retrospect, that I feel people can identify with, is so many of us have had these recollections. I know you. And then there's a past life or future life or parallel life. And what she said is true. We're recognizing the divinity in each other. We're recognizing and seeing each other through divine love. And because the human conditioning and experience, it leads us to believe, oh my God, I met my soulmate. How many of us have fallen in love in the last 6, 7 years, and 2 days later, you don't even talk to the person? I did it 100 times the first year I came off the street, right? So my point is, it's not a bad thing. We're actually recognizing the divinity in each other. She told me a long time ago, you can do Hariosgamas with anyone. You can do it with your mother. You can do it with your brother. You can do it with your sister. There's some truth to that. It might be hard to understand, but the whole point is, it's two souls coming together consciously with purest intent from their highest unconditional love, and that's it. Now, the sacred sexual aspect of it, the divine union aspect of it, as I'm getting it, is a little bit different. It's drilling down to the core from the 1 to the 2, right? So I just wanted to make that point. And if you remember where you were, you can go back to it. Do you?
No.
Well, I think we were talking about the journey that, as it progressed. And I go back to what I was led to lead the broadcast off with, which was divine union. And this woman telling me many times, I came to the planet to bring back divine union, which is also meaning I came back to bring divine love. We're all coming out now, and it's no time to allow fear to hold us back. So even if we don't get it all right, it's important for us to come out with it. We're not totally comfortable. I'm very relaxed in front of a camera, and I'm sweating my ass off right now. So, it's not so much the words, it's the frequency. It's that pure intent from the highest unconditional love. It's the intuition, it's the imagination, it's the spontaneity, and it's the force it's the love force. People talk about life force. I'm starting to see it as love force. And so we're not talking about a personal journey of two people. We're talking about a frequency that is our natural nature. In any way that we can and make sense of it, there is no right or wrong in getting it perfect. As Jason Estes says today, the perfection is in the imperfection. So we move to divine union.
Okay, so I had been taught many years previously that there are actually 5 essences of love that most of us on the planet hadn't understood so far. And one was divine feminine, divine masculine, Christ consciousness, pure love, and sacred sexuality. I'd come from a childhood of serious abuse. I'd managed through my previous 2 relationships.
No, I think it's important that I'll say it because we're one. I mean, I know we've all been through traumas, but I think it's important to understand the backdrop here. We're talking about rape. We're talking about what we are understanding our conditioning as rape for many years. We're talking about experience that many of us have experienced. So I just want to say that because at the same time, we said this the other day. You said to me, did you go crazy? Were you mentally insane when you woke up? Now, I don't know if you were or you weren't, but I was. And all I'm trying to say is through whatever we've been through, what I know about her is that she was able to, in part of her day, every single day for months and years, be able to connect to infinite intelligence, which tells me, and I wrote a meme 5-6 years ago, I've proven you can go crazy and lose your fucking mind and still be connected. I just had to say that. So you went through many years of abuse.
So I went through a childhood with most of my childhood of abuse. I cleared that, in my mid-30s to 40, early 40s or whatever, and I knew that I was okay. I'd made a decision, and I remained celibate for 3 years, which doesn't seem long, but, it was enough, that I would never give myself to another if it wasn't pure. And for me, that was like a brilliant reset. It took me out of performance because as much as men had performance, she did as well. She knew what she was meant to do to him to please him. So, I needed that 3 years of being alone and being okay with being alone and, developing a non-attachment to a relationship. I think when I made that decision, I was 47, maybe 48. I'm almost 52. So it must have been around that age. And I said to myself, I'd rather have nothing than go through anything like what I'd been through again. So I was very, very comfortable with not being in a relationship and very comfortable with letting go of what I knew as sex. Did I get to finish all the 5?
I'm sorry. Well, yeah, you did, but
So I knew that I needed to understand my own divine sacred feminine. I also needed to understand my own divine sacred masculine. I needed to fully understand Christ consciousness as much as I could, sacred sexuality, as well as pure love, because I was told that they were the 5 essences of love. And most of us on this planet haven't known anything like that for as long as we've been here, and we've been focused on one of them, but haven't actually understood how to bring all 5 in. So that was my thing that I did before I met Todd. And then this crazy wild Texan, he contacts me and says, I need you, why don't you be a member of Sology? And after a couple of days, I didn't like being parts of groups. But after a couple of days, I wrote back to him and said, tell me about it, which he ignored for a couple of days. And then in the middle of the day, one day I've gone, I need to connect with this man. I didn't know what it was about. And he was on his knees. He was in trouble and he was yelling out, I need her and I need her now. So that was our first soul merging, as I called it. In my research, I found out it's actually called Herias Gamos.
Right.
So you actually want to move now on to
divine union, and we all know, we've all at least been told and either understand or think we understand, divine union occurs within all of us. It only makes sense. Now we're in a duality where the physical and the non-physical are the ultimate integration to the 0 point. And that's the beauty of the opportunity that we have. So it's great. You know, we can think, we can know that we've had divine union in ourselves, and I'm not taking anything away from that, because ultimately that's really what it's all about. To thine own self be true. But we have an opportunity, an incredible opportunity that maybe the universe has never had, because Jason talked about it today in the show about how this is a free will realm, and that not all of them are. So if you throw that component in as well, and then you throw in the fact that you can now actually sit before somebody else who's separate in the physical and actually duplicate what's happened internally, it becomes Tesla's 3, 6, 9 math, where things start to expand exponentially. So where we're at, what I would start with anyway on the divine union part, and I'm saying this I'm going to say this, not just from a sacred masculine or divine masculine, because I am that. I'm going to say this from the shadowed and the wounded masculine, because I am that too. I'm not any longer, and I'm sending this out to primarily the men, I'm not going to run from that anymore. That's a part of my holy and whole. That's a part of my divine truth. Being a human being has to come before being a divine human being. And the feminine had been on one path, and the masculine had been on another. And we're all coming to grips with that. But the bottom line is, in our moments when we're hot and bothered, it behooves us all, most of ourselves, if I know self be true, to speak our truth. And we've tried to disassociate from our human experience for too long. We can see it from a higher level now. So my point is, it's okay. I know I make you hot, so I'm kidding. So my point is that, I guess all the stuff, and I know many men out there can understand this, if they really, at least within their own dialogue, within their own head, we've been through a lot of shit. We've hidden a lot of shit. We've denied. We've distracted ourselves from it, and I'm sure women have too. But divine union in the external may be the greatest gift we can give to the universe in the place, in the time and space that we stand now. And that just came out. So are you ready?
Yeah. We just did a massive session a couple of days ago, and what we're both finding is every time we do a huge big shift, that both of us are doing this. We're like trying to share the book, trying to share the fan. So we've just had a massive shift again a couple of days. So we agreed to meet each other. Both of us were 100%. We're committed to our own celibacy. This meeting isn't about sex. Neither of us are interested. I hope this is okay for me to talk about. Neither of us were interested in old sexual stuff. So I agreed, and Todd can give the dates, but I can't remember. But it's a year and a half ago where we decided, okay, we're going to meet, but we're not trying anything on each other. We're past that. So we met, and very, very quickly, well, actually not true. For the first 5 weeks, it was a little bit of boot camp for you, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was, I gave Todd some tools and he did it all himself. Gave him some tools to clear his shit, to clear the wounded masculine energy, which he did, for 5, 6, 7, 8 hours a day, every day for 5 weeks. So we quickly moved past that, but there was something between us, and it was really interesting because for me, I'm 51 now, nearly 52, and I've been in 2 serious relationships, and this looked nothing like anything I'd experienced before, and I found myself moving through different aspects of myself. Some moments, he came and put a weed on my pillow one day. The old me would have gone, oh my God, how rude. But the new me, with the conscious me, saw that as pure love. But, I was a businesswoman. I was a facilitator. I was his partner. I had so many. We've gone through this relationship with so many aspects of ourselves being there as well. Sometimes we'll sit and spend 2 hours talking business, and then we'll look at each other and just cry, and we don't even know why we're crying. Sometimes we go into sessional work when we know we've got to connect in dimensions. Sometimes we got to this place yesterday and we both went at each other. It only lasted 30 seconds, but both of us walked away, went to our separate spaces, did our own work, and came back together, knowing we just entered it's not that it's a 3D space, but we got triggered into 3D. We went at each other and we both knew to walk away, and everything's been a divine conscious union relationship doesn't look anything like we've experienced before. And actually, we all know that. I'm not saying anything that none of us doesn't know. But we operate in there's numerous aspects of us, and somehow we are aligning that more easily in every moment. Now, saying that, and we are going to touch on a hint of sacred sexuality from beginners. We are beginners at this. We are so beginners, and it's been mind-blowing, what can happen. But I find it fascinating that this looks nothing like a conventional relationship, that we shift out of all these different dimensions within every moment. And the alignment of that is getting better and better and better.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
easier.
Yeah.
Easier.
Yeah. I think we can all admit, okay, that at least at a minimum, our greatest suppression has been in our sacred sexual energy, or you can even call it sexual energy. Our greatest misunderstanding, our greatest confusion, our greatest secrets, okay? And what's happening here is you're talking about what we're all doing, and that's merging polarities. There is no separation. You take what the human aspect might call bad and good, and you've got to find that 0 point. There is no one to blame, right? And so we walk into this thing, and you've got someone here who's been on this path for 18 or 20 years, who's been communicating, like so many of you sisters, and a few men, I'm sure, but so many of you sisters communicating at this high level, just you and the universe. I'm crazy. Am I crazy? You're told you're crazy and all that stuff, but holding on to that sacred wisdom. And then you have the masculine part, which is the polarity. And he's identified himself with the ability to be powerful in a sexual, powerfully way, but not just in the bedroom, but in all ways, in work, competitively. To be in the old paradigm when I was a total alpha male and to dominate in the business world was a sexual high. The goddess has risen. It's important to understand that in the realm and the time and space we're in, as I've learned, she has to step into her power. And we're talking energy, okay? And we're talking literally. She has to step into her power or he doesn't have a chance. And this is not anything more than what I'm saying or anything less. It's about energy within ourselves, divine union, and what we can do externally, because that's what this trip's all about. This trip is not about what we've already come into this world with, which is divine union, a balanced masculine and feminine. We may have forgotten it, we may have lost it, whatever you want to say. We have an opportunity to actually externalize this into physical matter. Okay? And that's the fascinating, powerful, incredible outer breath of Mother Universe, the expansion of creation. So we go into this sacred sexual thing. We've been together a collective, what did you say the other day? How many weeks? In
12 first, at 10 and then 12, and now
eight.
so
So what's that?
30.
10, okay, so 30 weeks over a year and a half.
No, over 3 years.
Well, I mean, since the first time you came. Okay. And by the old paradigm, we have probably had what might looks like
very little.
Hang on. We might have had what looks like intimacy a handful of times. But we have had intimacy, I don't know.
Let's talk about
50,
what happened in the last couple
we will, 50 times. But it could be joining our pinkies, my hand on her back, which was the first sacred sexual experience I ever had, and she had, was I put my hand right between her shoulder blades. I didn't know what I was doing. And something happened. A portal opened. I watched it happen, not just in the physical, but in the non-physical. I watched it happen. A shadowed man watched my hand go into the middle of her shoulder blades on her spine and absolutely merge the physical and the non-physical in a way that was way beyond physical orgasm for either party, whether there was anything like that happened or not. I don't even think there was. I know there wasn't for me. It was incredible. And like she said earlier, we're infants. We're like 2, 5, 6, 7, 8-year-olds on a playground, on the swing set, in the joy of just swinging each other or getting on the merry-go-round or chasing each other around the playground. This is what I'm talking about. We are on the cusp of this, and we're just a reflection of the collective. You want to talk about
the last few days?
That's.
So we have a practice that we try to do every day, and that's to find a gap in the mid to late afternoon, where we just lay on the bed next to each other and palm to palm, and we just close our eyes. It's almost like a joint meditation, I guess. And that for us is it's almost like a doorway open, that if something's meant to happen or we need to know something, we'll have a joint understanding. So 2 days ago.
Which time are you talking about? It all runs together.
Okay. So 2 mornings ago.
Okay.
Okay, and I might have to change this. Okay.
No, don't change
so
it.
I think it was 2 mornings ago, and maybe it was 3, but I think it was 2 mornings ago. We did that practice, and we actually did it late morning, I think. It was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And we joined hands, and we both started hearing the same voice that says, Morgan, you're frightened of your power. Do you want it? Because you can have it right now. And I got a shock to burst into tears. And I think I cried for minutes fighting it.
Yeah.
And I kept hearing, all you have to do is, then I have to talk about what happened the night before.
Yeah, you already opened the can of worms.
Damn. Now. Okay. So last week I hurt my back.
Well, wait, they keep going. So you were laying in bed.
No, this is important.
I know. I just want to make sure they understand. So we had palm to palm. We were both receiving. What she was getting on a personal level was, are you ready to step in your power? Like, what's holding you back? And she was crying. Something was blocking her. And she was crying. And then finally she said, yes, please. Right? And
so I laid there and nothing happened. So after about 5 minutes, I said to the voices, the inner voice, whatever you call it, higher self. For me, it was my higher self, which I know is me. But I said to her after about 5 minutes, hello, nothing's happening. And she said, Todd already did that last night. Now, a week previously, I had really hurt my back. And Todd said to me, I'm going to massage you. I've never liked massages in my whole life, but for some reason I just said yes. He massaged me like nothing that looked like a massage at all. And it wasn't even slightly sexual. Like he knew my own electrical circuitry, and he knew exactly where to touch. I'm going to be really open here, and if people don't like X-rated, you can turn it off.
X-rated.
It was the most sexual experience I've ever experienced in my life, and I was just being massaged on my back, and it was freaking phenomenal. And he did that 3 times. So the night before this experience, you'd done it again. And you went a little bit further than just a massage. It did go a little bit further, didn't it?
Yeah.
So I've said to my higher self, okay, yes, it took me 3 to 5 minutes of crying, fighting. No, I don't want to know my power. I don't want to know it. And when I said yes, nothing happened. So a few minutes later, I was like, what's happening? Where is all the sacred geometry and the colours and everything? And she said to me, Todd did it for you last night. And I haven't said what it was. My sacral needed to be fully merged with my solar plexus in order to be in my full power. Now, the things that he did the night before were first a massage, and then still a massage, but into beyond a massage. It wasn't sex. It wasn't sex. But it was a, God, I don't even know how to explain this.
I would say that
it was a conscious.
It's the most sexless sex you've ever had, but it's sexy. And that's the only way I can say it. It's not what we came from, any of us. Anything. Look, she had a transmission before the second time we got together, right? And in that transmission, she was visualizing, because we hadn't done anything after 12 weeks. We hadn't done anything. We got married and barely
didn't do anything for like a week or
just
something.
barely. Yeah. So we're talking a collective 22 weeks. Okay.
Together.
Barely had done anything. Slept together, but I mean, barely had done anything that we might call, as from a human aspect, sex. So we're coming together again. She's visualizing what we know, as all of us, what might happen. And the energy comes in and tells her, stop, don't do that, because it's nothing like that. It's going to be way beyond that. And that's what's happening. Our friend today, Camara, said you guys need to go out there and talk about this so we can all know what we're heading to. And we're not saying that we know everything. All we're trying to do is relay
what we're learning,
what we're going through. Yeah.
So that night, it started off as a massage. You actually flipped me over and started doing the front. But it was still almost non-sexless. But
Absolutely.
You were actually following. You can now see almost like an electrical system of my whole body.
Yeah.
So he was healing this horrendous, and it was horrendous wound in the back of my solar plexus. So I was asked, do you want to step into your full power? I was too scared to say yes, but after a few minutes, I finally got past myself and said yes, and waited a few minutes, nothing happened. And I said to my higher self, what's happening here? And she said, he did it last night. In that moment, my sacral chakra merged as one with my solar plexus chakra, and I just burst into tears. And I rolled over, because we'd just been laying side by side, and looked at Todd, and tears was pouring down my face. And he said, what? And I said, you did this last night. Yeah. It's done. Yeah. Which I think brought up a lot of, we just laid there for ages just crying. Yeah. What was fascinating for me was, I don't know, I think we spent 10 minutes in that position. I just couldn't stop crying. I knew I had connected my solar plexus with my sacral. And then it started for him. And his sacral needed to be merged with his heart.
Yeah.
And I've been talking for years about, the human 3D sexual energy is he wants to get into her sacral. He is hell-bent to get into her pussy, and she's hell-bent, apologies if I offend anyone.
No.
She's hell-bent to get into his heart. And we haven't understood how big this is.
Yeah.
Because her true power is from the solar plexus and connection to her sacral, and his true power is from his heart connection to his solar plexus. So we just laid there for how long?
I don't even know.
It has to have been at least half an hour or something.
Yeah.
And both of us was crying and crying and crying.
So, so we can mix it right, so we can integrate the man's perspective, all right? If you think about it, it's pretty, it doesn't even matter if you're a man or a woman, okay? It's pretty easy to figure out. He's always wanting to get in her pants. That's where he finds his power, that he can accomplish that and achieve that and control that. And you know what I mean? And what? She's always trying to get in his heart. She's always serving to her own, demise. And think about it. We went through what she's talking about. We went through this, and I will tell you that too about the sacred sexual vibration. When you lose the agenda of a happy ending, when you lose the agenda of performance, when you strip down to nothing, okay, and you are nothing but what we really are, which is pure love, be man or woman, something happens. The higher aspects come in. I can't tell you that I consciously knew what I was going to do, but I can tell you I knew. Let me tell you, she told me about a week before. She said to me, when you're caressing me and we go to sleep at night, there's a spot you get to that just lights me up. And it's not a sexual organ, at least not on the physical level. And I said to her, I know what it is. She says, well, what is it? I said, I'm not going to tell you. She says, what is it? And I said to her, I don't know what it is, but I know what it is. And it was the two voices. The human did not really know what it was, but the higher self did. And I knew the next night when we were in laying down together, going to sleep, and I was caressing her, I knew I would find it, and absolutely did. So back to the story. I massaged her on the surface. That's what it was. I began to see the circuitry of her entire field. I began to see colors like a circuit board, which is still growing now. I just told her an hour ago. That circuit board is growing outside of your physical body. It's like a big square now, like a big rectangle. So that's what happened. It was not conscious and it was not unconscious. It was at that space in between. So the next day, the next morning, I know. I just want to say this because I don't want to forget. I don't mean to interrupt you. The next morning, I think she started to talk about it. So we got up and started doing some stuff and whatever, and we both looked at each other about 10 o'clock. We're like, hey, what the hell's going on? We need to go lay down. We need to lock palms. We lay down, right? I knew what was going to happen. She got up, bad back and all, squats up. I knew what was going to happen. She looks at me and says, this has nothing to do with sex. I said, I already know. You didn't need to tell me. My hands go up like this, kind of a little bit further out, but I can't do it right. They were like out like this, right? She says, what are you doing? I said, I don't know. I feel like I'm holding up a halo. She says, you are. So then some things started to happen. And they were not if you looked at them from the human physical eyes, they weren't even porn. They weren't even really sexual. But oh my fucking God and goddess, oh my God, I saw a cross of blue and white light appear in my head. I saw the face of Jesus and Magdalene. I'm sitting there, my eyes are rolled in the back of my head. There's nothing going on like you might think. It was a ritual. It was a higher aspect coming into her, just like came into me. Okay? And doing what we are, what our natural nature is, what we know to do. Divine union is rooted in the sacred sexual vibration as I understand it. You know, it is. And it's, like I said, the only way I can put it, I'm from the streets. I know I don't speak the right vernacular, but it is, for lack of a better way of explaining something that cannot be explained, it is the most sexless sex you've ever had, but it's sexy as F.
Yeah, but most of it is ritual, because the spot that we discovered like a week beforehand is most of the time that a man and a woman is having sex or oral sex. Am I allowed to talk like this?
Say that again.
Most of the time that a man and a woman is having sex or oral sex or something,
yeah,
there is this place on her body that his hand always goes, and that is the small of her back.
Let's talk about that. We discovered this together. So, you know, okay. So we've had what might look like physical sex based on where we've all come from, but it's not.
But it was through the massage that you
Yeah. But yes, and that was what I was talking about when she said, there's a spot that lights me up. When the next night occurred, and I knew, I told her, I don't know where it is, but I do. It happened, right? And it did begin to look maybe a little bit like the intimacy or physical sex that we've all come from, but it wasn't.
I think you should let me talk about this.
I just want to say one thing. Okay. What I got out of it was there was a PowerPoint, and I don't know if it's the same for everybody, on the small of her back that I knew like the back of my hand, okay? Like innately. And incorporating that placement of the palm of my hand with whatever I was doing otherwise created this incredible explosion, such as I could be running my finger, okay, around the expanse of her breast, not trying to arouse or anything, and actually, as a man, feeling multiple orgasms within my own self. Like, what the fuck is this? But I like it. Let's keep doing it. Stay with the flow, kind of thing. So it from a man's perspective, and she'll give you the other perspective, it's not what we thought. Cut your balls off. Cut them off. Cut them off. Get rid of all that. There is nothing, it's nothing about pleasing her. It's strictly about divine love. It's strictly about divine vibration. And I can't even explain it, but it is that space between breaths. It is the space between conscious and subconscious or unconscious. I'm sorry, go ahead.
So what we discovered was that in the heightened sexual experience, when she brings up all of this sexual power, most of the time, and a lot of women are going to know what I'm talking about, and probably, in fact, a lot of men too, his hand automatically goes to the small of her back. So all this sexual energy that's pent up, built up, you know, that's meant to be all this shared experience, he unconsciously, most of the time, takes into himself, which is why he was so fascinated with getting into the pussy. Sorry.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter if he's having sex with her, like this hand on the small of her back is pulling it all into himself.
Yeah.
And that is nothing against the men in any way, shape or form, because she was trained to be that programming as well. One of our first sexual encounters ever, which was in Georgia, really in Georgia, those conscious, we were instructed, this is X-rated, so if you don't like X-rated, now's the time to turn it off.
We're all family.
We were instructed that Todd was to spend some time with my right breast, and he wasn't allowed to touch anything else. He wasn't even allowed to kiss me. And I think we don't know time because we don't turn the clock on, but it was at least 20 to 30 minutes.
No, it's about an hour.
Okay. So, lucky me, Todd spent 1 hour. I don't think it was that long, but whatever time it was, I don't remember.
49 minutes.
49 minutes. How would you know that?
Because I remember. It's like I remember the last two encounters we're talking about were, one was 22 minutes, one was 26.
Right. Okay. So apparently Todd spent 49 minutes just 100% present with my right breast. In that, a portal opened up. We were shown that the right breast is about life sustenance and trust. And it was exquisite. Can I be really?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm about to.
So I didn't have what you would call normal human orgasms, but my whole body lit up and it was bigger than the orgasms. But what was really cool for me was watching this man run around the house for about an hour later. What is this? What is this? Oh my God. And he was having his first time ever multiple orgasms. Now there wasn't that's all that happened. But he connected with my body 100% then. Now the next day nothing happened. The next day we were told, you now have to spend that time on her left breast.
Yeah.
I need to get this right. So the left breast was Faith.
Faith, yeah.
So he spent whatever time he did, and he probably knows the times, but he wasn't allowed to kiss me. He wasn't allowed to touch any other part of my body. It was just about the breast, and the left breast was about Faith.
Yeah.
And then the third day, he actually had to put all the energy into both breasts. I can't remember, I can't remember what it was about. Two breasts together were the beginning of creation.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are so we are infants in this.
Yeah.
It's been profound. Both of us are mind blown about what we are learning at the moment, and we're in our 50s. He's an old man.
I'm not an old man.
And I'm an old woman too, actually, but we are not buying into, we're not listening to anything of the old. Okay, so let me go back to the finishing. So after that, both of our sacrals were reconnected to where they were meant to be reconnected to.
Yeah.
I woke up the next morning knowing that I needed, and I had them years ago, but I got rid of all my stuff.
Oh, okay.
3 years ago.
Okay.
So I woke up the next morning.
Before you get to that, because that's going to be the way we end it. Because that's too much. Not too much, but that's
no.
No, but let me say this. I want to say this to the men. Okay, we're going to come to that because that really is the finale. Because that's huge. That's huge, and I don't know what we're going to say about it. All right.
You don't know what I'm going to say about it.
I'm shaking in my boots. So let me talk about the small of the back. And I don't know if it applies to every man, but I've got to believe as the individual goes, so goes the collective, because I've received that for 7 years. So everything we do isn't just a personal thing. I'm not talking about us, I'm talking about all of you, right? And when we had the conversation and she started it with, there's a part of my body when you're caressing me that just lights me up. And I said, I know what it is, but I don't know what it is. At some level, I knew what it was, but at the human level, I didn't, because the human level comes in with the doubt and all that stuff, right? So what I understood when it happened is I reflected back on my life. I understood that when a man was in a certain position of control of her energy, that spot was a place of bringing that energy and that power into him. It wasn't hers. It was him. He had control. He was a fucking man, you know? He got this. You know what I'm talking about? But this was different. When we reached that point and my hand went there, regardless of whether it was a kiss or a caress or anything else, and my hand was there, she had the power and she shared that power. And when she shared that power, it ran through me right back into her and some crazy cosmic, soul-gasmic, galactic fucking nuclear bomb. No, but I'm just saying. Yeah, but I'm just saying that's, as a man, we've all felt that power over. And that's what it was. Don't deny it. It was power over because it made me feel like I was a god. Like I was on this shit. Like I owned this, right? But this was different. This was not me taking. This was her actually feeling what was happening and then giving it to me. Oh my God. It came into me and went right back into her. And this whole cycle of incredible rainbow chakra channeled, clear chakra channeled fusion happened. And that's why I'm telling you, I have been, just speaking in the last 8 weeks, I have been in a multi-orgasmic state, okay, for, oh my God, 20, 30% of the time. And I haven't even had a physical orgasm, maybe what, 5, 6 times? If that many, I don't know. All right. This is the cusp of what we're on. This is our natural nature. And I'm just trying to speak to the men. Cut your balls off. Let it all go. We're not what we thought. Follow her. Not because she's going to lead the way the whole way, but because they've carried this knowledge. That's why they call it women's intuition. Okay? They've always been connected. We were the ones that took the role we took, and they took the role they took. And maybe it's different in another realm. All right? Now we're going to go to the finale, which is, I'll let you talk about it.
Was it yesterday or the day before?
It was yesterday.
Okay.
No, it was
the
day before.
So we had the experience of that, both of us allowing our sacral chakras to merge. For her, the solar plexus, and then for him, the heart.
Yeah.
He had to allow his solar plexus his sacral chakra to merge with his heart.
Yeah.
That was huge. So I woke up the next morning, which I think is the morning before yesterday. So it's 2 mornings ago, and I woke up and knew that I needed. Oh dear, I'm not used to speaking.
Go ahead.
Okay, that I was meant to have a yoni egg. So I knew that in town that there was a crystal shop, and I just, it's my whole being knew that I needed a yoni egg, which I had years and years ago, but yeah. So I got Todd to take me to the crystal shop, and I thought I was going in to get a yoni egg, but I was drawn to a small rose quartz heart instead, and I knew that that was right for me. At this point, I didn't even know why, but I knew I had to have this very small rose quartz crystal heart. I bought it home. I didn't know what I was doing with it. We just, we were booking shows. Most of the time that we're together, we're very, very normal human beings. We're talking business. We're talking spiritual growth. We're talking ascension. We're talking what happened over next door that we saw, where we're going to live tomorrow. Most of our time together is actually really, really normal. So I had this rose quartz crystal with me for quite a long time. And then I had a shower that night, and I knew, this is not just a rose quartz heart. I didn't know what I was doing, but I knew that it was going to be like a rose. So I went and had a shower, and I did what I needed to do with it. And while I was in the shower, I heard he was meant to activate that. So I walked out, and he's sort of looking at me, and he's like, so what did you do with your rose heart. And I'm like, well,
I didn't say that.
you did.
All right. Okay. Yeah.
So
I do.
you said to me, I'm meant to do something with that. No, it's too late. I've
Yeah.
already done what I need to do with it. And he said, no, you need to sort that. So I had to go back into the bathroom, remove it, wash it, bring it out, and give it to him.
So I knew that what was, and again, I think this is part of the sacred sexual vibration, is you don't have this premeditated, performance accentuated kind of thing going on. It's just it's spontaneous and intuitive and imaginative and creative, just what we talk about, or what I talk about on Soul Speaks 5D, what that is, right? And so I just knew, All right, I'm gonna check.
Well, that's cool. All right, we're live. I'm gonna double check the sound, make sure. This, by the way, is our 700th show. I just saw the notice on this format. Wow. With the Be Live interface. So I would imagine we're going to kick a few more out before we launch the website. There's no linear pressure on the website. We've figured that part out. Makes it a lot easier just to flow with it. All right, let's see here. Yeah, we got 5 people in the house. They're starting to come in. Okay. Hello, Sabrina Mick. She was on a few days ago. Great show. Soraya Williams, Kelly Jean McGrain. Good to see you again. If these shows resonate, please share. And thank you, everybody, for your continued love and support, contributions as we move to our dream of a multiple channel, 24/7, 365 website with a personal profile based community. And thank you, everybody, for supporting that, and for those of you who are helping us put that together. Today we got a special, typical Soulology style, spontaneous, intuitive, creative, imaginative, having a show yesterday, and this brother was putting up some extraordinary comments, and Morgan Lee jumped on it and asked him to come on, and he was gracious enough to come on. So welcome to the Soul Speaks 5D, Lawrence. Thank you for joining us and sharing space with us today, honoring us with your presence. Glad to have you on.
Hello, everyone. I've never done this before, so
well, that's good. Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah.
A lot of people have come on this show for the first time to do a show like this, or a broadcast, or even be on camera. I even had some people that just had a black screen. But people are, I think people are coming out more and more. I find it very interesting to be able to sit across from you. We've spent I've spent 7 years on this path, really 5 actively, where I was actually had a laptop and wasn't using a flip phone. So it's always been, we were talking about it on the show the other day, when I started Soulology, it was 2012, it was 65-35, 75-25 female to male. And now it's 64.5 and 35.5. So the masculine energies seems to be coming to the surface, the true masculine. And I could tell by your comments, your energy. So it'll be a good time to converse and explore, your journey. Have you, we were talking off camera a little bit, and you said you just go where spirit leads you. You're in Denver now. Was there a moment that you woke up and figured out everything was not what it seemed?
Yeah, it was I'd say the big impetus, the big push came in about 2011. The end of 2011, I got a call from Discovery Bank. They wanted money from my ex-wife's bankruptcy that was 3 years past. I found out that, in that process, a beautiful thing happened, that I figured out that money does not exist. It's a false narrative. the banks wanted me to go sue, the mother of my two daughters for the $14,000 they were going to come after me for, and I put the word out to the universe to help me understand the lesson here, what the gift is, and sure enough, the next day I was on an airplane to San Francisco to a conference and found out how to separate myself from the contract agreements that we have with this structure. Declared myself as a sovereign being, and I was just on this. I just left that world behind. I didn't get new driver's license renewed. I didn't get license plates. I didn't go along with the script that everybody does, because I was guided to, if I wanted to, freedom to be reflected back to me, I had to be what I wanted to be. In other words, I had to be what I wanted to see in my world. So I had to do it without fear. So Spirit pushed, pulled, and dragged me through a process of, a very humbling process. Because at first, when you find out that nothing is as it seems, you think you have to go change everything and fix everything out there. Well, my shadows are there to teach me never to attack the shadow. You just strengthen the shadows. The battle's all within. And it took me 16 months in jail before I got my court date to dismiss my cases. And my cases were involved with, driving without a driver's license and without license plates. So I went in with the idea that I was just going to make a statement, I'm doing my thing, and that I was guided here, so I'll be supported. And well, it took me 16 months to come into the realization I needed to come to be deemed competent to proceed by the universe itself, who's operating through the judge. That ended up dismissing my cases because I took the third option instead of taking the plea bargain, or instead of taking trial. I said, no, thank you, I'll take the third option. They said, well, there is no third option. I said, I'm sorry, didn't they tell you? They looked at me cross-eyed, and Spirit knew exactly what I meant. And that was essentially taking the neutral standpoint, and that I'm there to love my shadows for the lessons they bring. And it's through that forgiveness of self for perceiving the idea that the external world is separate from me, that I came into that place where I was deemed competent by the universe to go ahead and proceed. So they let me out of jail, and now I can walk in this world, this strange new world that I find myself, free of those limitations, of those constructs of limitation that were imposed upon me because of my beliefs. And last year, it was 2017, I was let out of jail, May, and it was October before my family kicked me out, because the family sold my truck and sold all my belongings to pay for all, bailing me out and doing all this kind of stuff anyway. I was basically, my family had to disown me because of the choices I made to go on this journey. And so last year, I was guided to spend the money as though I was abundant. And the money that I got out of the truck that was left over after paying everybody off. So I did. And then I found myself without any money out in the wilderness, completely at the mercy of Spirit. And it's a very, very magical place. It's the only place you're going to discover magic or wonders. It's not really magic so much as it is just mind-blowing wonders that occur, synchronicities that happen where everything's taken care of. And I spent about 6 months of last year traveling from Colorado through Sedona into Laguna Beach, and then I ended up boarding a ship or a boat, spending a month out in Catalina Island on the 33rd parallel of Avalon. That's a whole nother story altogether. How I got there, we can go there, but again, it took me about 6 months of being in food lines, staying in shelters, sleeping in the forests, before Spirit basically told me in so many words that if you don't like your situation, it's your responsibility to change it, to fix it, to improve it. Since I'd been through the gamut in the court systems, I realized that there are no laws. There's just false narratives that we agree to. So I started stepping into, well, my own ideas, because I knew money was a false narrative construct as well. And the whole idea of separation is where all this comes in. Is, have you heard of the One People's Public Trust?
No.
Okay. In 2012, when I found out that, money was a false narrative, I discharged over about $35,000 worth of debt in credit cards and bank lines of credit, and challenged the IRS. And
what do you mean you discharged them? You just said, I'm not paying them. Is that how you...
No, I actually went through a lawful process of discharging the debt. The same process as the attorneys use. They don't tell you about, that makes the debt go away, because in a sense there is no debt. Debt is an illusion. It's a false. Yeah. I mean, it's the moment you sign the note, it's taken out of your trust fund, and it's paid for right there on the spot.
Yeah.
And then it's the only the fact that you promised to pay it back, that the plus interest, that you believe that you have to pay it back. See, the banks are supposed to act as trustees, and well, that all changed, and it became a slavery system. And well, the One People's Public Trust, I came across a woman after discharging all my debt, and I had attorneys coming after me from Wall Street. I had bankers and FBI coming after me for what I had done, because what I had done, according to them, wasn't supposed to be, and they knew that I would have a difficult time in court. Anyway, long story short, after I had taken that leap of faith of discharging the debt by creating, basically opening an account, a bank account, and then closing the account, and then using the closed bank account with the checks, I go in and I basically create an instrument that taps into my trust fund, that discharges the debt, makes it go away. It just poof, it goes away. And it all went away. And then and only then did I meet another gentleman who came into my life by guidance of Spirit, that put me in touch with another woman who, actually, her name is Heather Ann Tucci-Giraffe. She was a world banking attorney who was the lead investigator to the 2008 financial collapse. She, in her investigations, had proven that there was an existence of a planetary slavery system that encompassed all countries under the laws of commerce, under UCC. Well, I've been given all this information on law prior to that, and then I got all this information, so I knew my journey was going to go down this path of law. Well, Heather had basically given me the words, or Spirit gave me the words, coming through Heather, that fended off all the law firms, the bankers, the FBI, the IRS, and they all stood down. Never heard another word from them. Thus proving to myself that it's all a lie. And so then I thought I needed to go out and tell everybody. And then I talked to people, and they look at you as, like deers in a headlight, cross-eyed, and it's like, I'm like a kid crying wolf, and it's just like, wow, this is a lonely place to be.
I'm listening.
You know what I'm saying? And so I got the money and the FBI and the IRS and the bankers and the judges and everybody off my fanny. And then I started driving around without plates and everything. And well, that's when I found out how karma works, and because karma became instant for me, even my thoughts. And that's when I was guided to step into my purity with unflinching determination. Those are actual words that I got in my dream that I woke up with. Step into your purity with unflinching determination, and that's critical because we're in a time right now when there's the lightest of the light and the darkest of the dark here. And if you don't walk that straight and narrow path between the yin and the yang, you can be taken out. And I've been beat up quite a bit, been in jail back and forth in 3 different counties here in Denver, Colorado, I should say, as a result of driving without my plates. But it took me through those 3 counties to figure out I'm just a slow learner. I just need to really ingrain it in my consciousness what the program's all about and what I needed to learn. But what I learned is that there's everyone lives in their own reality, and everybody has to be honored in their choices. It's up to us. This is what law is about. Law is about honor. There may be a lot of people out there that want to perpetuate the slavery system out there. Well, you know what? I need to honor them and their choice. Let them go. That's their journey, not mine. Spirit will honor me and my journey just the same. All I have to do is imagine what that would be and go ahead and be it and do it. So that's what I do. I live outside the constructs of money. I can walk into wherever I need to go to get what I need in the present moment, but nothing more. Or Spirit will have an aspect of itself step in front of me and say, do you have a receipt for that? No, sir, I don't. Would you want to put that back on the shelf? I say, sure, absolutely, no, thank you. I mean, no problem, I will. It's like, for example, I'm traveling up the coast of California last year, and they're projecting rain. So I thought I was going to need a tent. So I went into the store to go get a tent. During this process, I found out that, unless you push a door open, you'll never know. It's like, it's better to have tried and fail than not to have tried it at all.
Yeah.
So that's my way of thinking, my way of operation. So basically it's a fearless place you have to be in, which is called trust. Because under the awareness that all is one, and the one that's talking to me through you is the same one that's watching you through my eyes. I mean, that spirit that courses through you, courses through me and every other security guard at the grocery store, cashier at the store, wherever I'm going, the police officers, there's one that runs through everyone. And I'm a part of that one now. And by seeing that, becoming aware of that unity, that oneness, we can actually see the gift in our own shadows. And those shadows are actually pointers to us. Those things that step in my way that say, no, you don't need that, aren't there. I'm not there to judge them for stopping me for gaining access to a tent. I'm there to move into a state of acceptance and saying, oh, a spirit must be saying that I don't need a tent tonight. So I reside in my trust account, in spirit, the universe. And so I leave and I go about my day and I go to bed in the forest. And sure enough, it doesn't rain on me. It rains just to this side or that side of me, but it doesn't rain on me. And it's a beautiful thing. It's just like, when you do that for a whole year, sleeping on the ground of the forest or the beaches, bonding with the earth, becoming, one with the earth and with all that is, it's like, what better hands could you be in than the hands of spirit or the universe? And when you've completely surrendered to that, you're literally in the hands of spirit, and spirit will carry you wherever you need to go. I would get on the trains if I needed to get on a train to go. I would get on a bus if I needed to go. And I did all this without money. I would cross the Canadian border. I would get off the bus with all 50 other people that were on the bus to go across the border. We'd have to get off with all of our luggage, and then we'd get in a line, and then it'd be like 3 border agents and 3 inspection stations, and everybody go through that line. Well, I just walked right on by the line and went into the waiting room and waited for everybody else to do their thing. Well, because I don't have an ID. I know who I am. And I know that within you, there's an aspect of you or a part of you that knows exactly who I am. So I don't even need to speak to anyone. I just share my gratitude as I walk by the security guards, thanking them for this opportunity to come into Vancouver, Canada, and spend some time in the Stanley Forest on the Lions Gate Bridge during the Lions Gate in August of this year. I was on the bridge, across the bridge on August 30th on the Lions Gate, which was 11/11. And that's what Spirit took me to that date. So when Spirit wants me to go.
Hell yeah. See, if you don't know what to do in this ascension, don't focus on that negative. You got to put your energy somewhere. Put it on that light within yourself, because that's what it is. That's what the I Am Soul is. It's about discovering you being authentic and you and being real. Not having to substantiate or validate yourself. It's nothing like that. It's about just being you. You don't have to say nothing. A soul don't have to say a damn thing.
Everybody wanna talk like they got something to say, but nothing comes out when they move their lips. Just a bunch of gibberish. And motherfuckers act like they
Todd Medina, Soldier One Studios, wishing you and yours peace, power, protection, and some big ass love. Let's play a little bit.
All right. Let me check. Let me take a couple of minutes because it's taking longer and longer. Iowa. I'm share it to some of our friends, and that Soulology is not an organization, it's an energy. And I didn't even know what I was writing at the time. So Soulology is an energy, it's a separate energy. We talked about this last year in Georgia when we did a show. And so, why am I nervous? So, I never get nervous.
You're trying to help me, probably. I hate doing these things.
So, last night we had a conversation, and we also had some things come in too.
We actually, on our way here, both of us at the same time, we turned onto the road of the place that we had 2 nights at, and both of us could feel this energy building. We didn't know what it was, and we had a huge afternoon and night, and then again this morning.
Yeah. And so the word transformation came up, and we were trying to figure it out. And eventually we kind of figured out, of course, it had multiple meanings, but that Soulology, which is a reflection or a mirror of the universe and of everything that we're all experiencing, is on the cusp of going through a transformation. So everybody knows that we've been working towards our own independent site, outside from under any suppression or constrictions. And
this is part of the calling, and trying to figure out how to do all this is kind of, the same thing we're all faced with. How do we make this leap? And so that's part of it. But I think the first thing that I'd like to say is what I put in the heading, what is Soology? And I think we could talk about that real quick. There's many things that we've received. We talked about it before. Soology came to us last year, basically. I don't know how else to put it.
In its fullness as its own separate entity.
Yeah.
It started telling us what we had to do.
Yeah.
Said to us that we are two of the caretakers, that there will be numerous caretakers.
Yeah.
That it was a platform for the voices of mostly the return of Mother Goddess energy, that divine feminine essence.
Yeah.
And it instructs us, and it instructs us, all we have to do is try to be together and try to love each other, broadcast all these incredible, amazing voices around the planet, and everything will be in flow.
Yeah.
We're still human. So, our number one focus is trying to make sure that we've got a roof over our head most of the time. And as soon as we've organised that, then we've got lists of hundreds of people trying to get on and tell us their stories, or tell Todd their stories, tell all of us their stories, their tools, their gifts, their experiences. And we want to do that. Our number one thing that we have to do first is make sure that, one, we can eat, and two, that we've got somewhere to sleep.
Yeah. Yeah, and I just want to reiterate that. The three things that we've been told over and over and over again is to be together as, I guess, the first caretakers, because they said there'd be, Soology, the energy said there'll be many aunts and uncles, and there's already many that have stepped up. And if I try to name everybody, it's not just the Katie Indicrows and the Michael Van Pattens, the Rosie Neals. It's people who have consistently supported through their energy. I get messages every day from people, and they say, I can only contribute, 1111. I wish I could contribute more. It's not the amount, it's the energy. It's even just their presence. And so each show is, really not the two people on the screen or the three people on the screen. It's everybody's energy. We're creating a vortex, as Abraham Hicks talks about, but the three things that we were told, we've been told over and again, is to be together. When you're together, to love each other. That feeds the third energy that we're involved with, Soology, and to broadcast. So when we're able to stabilize, that's what we do. Morgan just filled up the schedule. We just went through 12 days of 40 shows.
That's because we house sat for 12 days.
Yeah.
So we knew that we had somewhere to be with Wi-Fi for that time.
Yeah.
Apologies to all the people that are messaging me. I can't schedule at the moment because I don't know where we're going to be tomorrow. And that's okay. We're dealing with that, and that's fine.
Yeah.
But when we can broadcast, we're going to broadcast. Todd's going to broadcast. I'm going to schedule. I don't know. It's not easy all of the time. But you know what? I'm going to take over for a moment.
Go ahead.
Don't shut me down.
I'm not going to shut you down. I'm not crazy.
He is everything that he presents to be. He is everything that he presents to be. I've spent, I think, now we've had 30 odd weeks together in a 3-year period.
Yeah.
He has been nothing but kind to me. Oh, no, that's not true. In the earlier years, he had a couple of dummy spits or whatever, but, he did go through boot camp, and that was okay. This man is nothing but kind to me, to everyone he comes in contact with. He always tries to do his best. He loves people. I don't know what else to say, but he is who he presents himself to be. We as what we're doing as Sology. I don't know why, but we get attacked every now and again. And by attack, I mean, people spreading stupid rumours about stupid rumours. And we have to deal with that. Foremost, we are human beings and we suffer and go through the same shift that everyone else does. And we're doing it. We were told this morning, it's like all these little things are tests. And if you keep making the choice back to love, you keep entering the flow. We are the same as everybody else. We go through our own stuff. We have to face our own inner work, shadows, whatever, lower vibrations, wounded ego selves, and we do it. And Todd makes it sound like I help him, and I did for our first 18 months together or whatever. And then I came over and I absolutely put you through boot camp. But he handles his stuff, and that's how it has to be. I'm not a mother. I'm not a mother to him. I don't do everything for him. This man handles his stuff, and who he is on the screen with people is who I experience him to be.
I didn't know you were going to do that.
I didn't know I was going to do that either. I'm sorry. If you did that to me, I'd punch you.
Well, what I wanted to say about the three things that we've been told is we realize now, and really last night was some type of completion, and I know that's a reflection of what's going on in the collective. It was some type of completion of understanding, has to do with our missions, our life's work, and of course, intertwined in that is the human experience, and this is where we're at. This is where we're all at. So how do you marry all that together? So I guess what I wanted to end with on that part of it was to say that, we don't know, Morgan could actually go back as soon as tomorrow. And we're okay with that. But what I want to say is no matter what happens, we're both equally dedicated to what we're doing. So whether we're physically together or not, we are going to be together in our role to each other and to the collective and to Sology. We're going to love each other in our role together to ourselves, to the collective and to Sology. And we're going to broadcast no matter what it takes. Thank you, Jeannie Campbell, for a hotspot that we're using right now for when we don't have internet. And if whatever the situation is, whether we're together in a place with internet or not. If I'm in a car with this hotspot, I'll interview people from a car while Morgan's in Australia. But I want everyone to know that we're absolutely dedicated to what we're doing, and we're absolutely dedicated, to each other because it's all intertwined, and that the show will go on. And we're also okay with whatever happens. So it's not just me, it's not just Morgan. There's so many people involved. On this pre-launch on the website, over 150 people have signed up. How do you thank 100? This is huge. It's much bigger than 150 people. It's much bigger than that. We've got 60,000 people on the various pages. There's probably 200,000 or 300,000 people that we reach a week. So this is not about us. It's about this energy that's a reflection of the universe and of each and every one of us in this transition that we call the ascension. So I just wanted to make that clear that we're okay. No matter what happens, we're okay. And this is what we do. This is what our role is, and we understand that. So you want to go next?
Isn't ours. It was a concept. It was an idea birthed from both of us.
Yeah.
But Sology is an energy of all of the people that are ready to come out, that are ready to talk, that are ready to share their stories, their skills, their tools. Sology is an energy, an entity of its own that brings in and supports. You know, this wouldn't be happening if it wasn't for all of us. This man might have come up with the idea of, I've got to put my face out there, and he built a following. And then I came on the scene and I've gone, you need to expand this now. It's not just about you. And never was just, I don't mean it in that way. But, you know, there are all these people out there, all of us that have felt insane or crazy. And I think you already said to me a few days ago, I look back at myself 3 or 4 years ago and I can see that I actually hit that point of insanity. We have all felt like that, you know, through this, I'm not a fan of labels, but ascension. Through this ascension, through us, well, for me, I always use the word I'm growing up. I always felt like I'm growing up. That there are those moments of insanity where you go back and you look at the things that have happened or the things that you've done, or, you know, as a teenager you made choices to continue those patterns or whatever. That made all of us feel insane. And I guess each time the energies come down, that's what it feels like to me. Oh my God, we've got another wave coming in. And there always seems to be something that I'm having to face and go through again. There are moments in that I actually feel insane because it's undoing an old truth and delivering me a new truth. We did something spectacular yesterday. I'm not prepared to discuss all the details. But what we did was, and this is important, I thought about writing a post about it. I don't know how. I sat on the floor to paint my toenails, which I climb ladders. I renovate houses as a normal living. I lift furniture. But I sat on the floor to paint my nails and pulled my back out. And it was at the back of my solar plexus. And this beautiful man has been every second or third day spending an hour or more massaging my back. I've never allowed people to massage me in my life, but he's done it with such love that it's just been transformative. I knew something shifted last night, and I call it my higher self. It's my inner self. It's my universal. It's my God, goddess connection or whatever. But I was told this morning the blockage at the back of my back was me afraid of my own power. Did I want to release, you know, did I want to surrender to that? And I cried for a few minutes. It's like I didn't realise how frightened I was of my own power. And in the moment I said yes, I was sitting there waiting for all these miraculous geometric shapes or colours or something really universally big to happen. And after about 3 to 5 minutes, I said to what I see as my higher self, which is me talking to myself, my inner guidance, is something going to happen here? And she said, he did it last night. And I just cried and cried and cried. Through his love of massaging me last night, it was already done. But, you know, for me, my understanding is until I bring it into my consciousness, it's not real. It doesn't matter what I see out in dimension. Until I consciously get it, it's not real. So what he did last night, through a back massage of being worried about how sore my back was, all this sexual energy came up and it had to connect with my solar plexus. And then I finished and I was just crying, looking at him crying. And then he went through it. His sacral needed to actually merge and become one with his heart chakra. And I've spoken for years about, you know, if I look at humanity, all the men, and I say this in general, how it used to be, it's the 3D paradigm, was the men were always trying to get into the pussy, because that's where he thought her power was. The women were always trying to get into his heart, because she knew that was where the power was. And I don't know how, but we've had the miracle of actually experiencing that consciously today, where my sacral became one with my solar plexus and his sacral became one with his heart.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's a representation on the level, on the level of two people, which is happening in the collective. And that's really that's really what we're doing. I wanted to talk about Sology currency and what that is, what we're all doing, We can't underestimate the power of one unique and equal soul. Everything we're doing is breaking down energetic doors. We're on the outer breath of Mother Creation, pushing to a place this universe has never been. So this is where we're at. A lot of people talked about in the last 2-3 weeks on these shows where there's a lot of congruency about what's going on. And to me, what I'm understanding, and I'm blessed to be able to sit in this chair and talk to these people and feel the energy of the crowd. Because if I have any skill whatsoever or any gift, it's the ability to read the energy of the people as well as to be talking to somebody. And that is that we came into this with the knowledge that the universe had, the experience that the universe had, the Akashic, whatever you want to call it. And now we can apply, in retrospect, with multidimensionality, our experience in our incarnations here. And now it's a new game. Every day, we're just like Dwayne Hartman just said on the last show, we're setting the new blueprint. We're creating it. There is no instructions. There is no manual. We're actually creating what I call the new good book, right? Sology currency. You know, I remember 2 years ago, about a year into my relationship with Morgan, we'd never met, and we were having a conversation, and she said, I said, what's up? She goes, I'm seeing all these circles. I'm seeing all these connections that are being made through Sology. I just saw Lisi on here in Damon. You know, I remember having a conversation with Lisi, and she said, I started rising above because of Sology. This isn't about Todd. This is about the energy that we're all experiencing in an energy that is a conglomerate of many energies. And what I mean is that it's contagious. So I see the currency. I was told this past summer by the Arcturians, they came in, they said 5D commerce. This is part of Sology. You've got to get on the forefront of this. I understood it to be gifting forward and paying it forward based on the honor system. Nobody's going to check on you, kind of thing. I'm starting to understand now that it has nothing to do with any resources in the physical world. It has strictly to do with putting out from your heart your highest intention and knowing that the universe is going to align with it. And I think there's a really good example. Do you want to talk about the cleaning thing? Yeah. There's a really good example that we just went through. We've gone since December 7th, we've been a lot of places. And sometimes it's been, we leave a place and we don't even know where we're going. 3 hours later, we end up finding that place. Everywhere we have gone, this woman we've gone into it and it's in a certain state. And think of this energetically, because that's the whole point. We've gone into it, it's in a certain state, and we go into it, and when we leave it in a higher state. She does. She cleans energetically. Why? Because it is an example, it's an energetic representation of what Sology is and what we all are and what we're all capable of doing, which is to go into any situation and not worry about that person or this person or blame or feel like you're limited because of this or victim consciousness. It's actually going into a situation and raising the vibration and leaving an energetic impression that's greater than when you were there before you came. And that to me was a real lesson over the last 2 or 3 weeks. And it's extraordinary because it's a great example as we merge the physical and the non-physical. That's what Sology is. That's what we all are.
As human beings taking responsibility for our energy. And I hope you didn't make it sound like a victim, because everywhere we've been has been spectacular.
Absolutely.
There hasn't been any victim consciousness. But, even in a hotel room, the hotel room's beautiful. But I said to Todd, I don't want to leave a cash tip. And there's nothing wrong with cash tipping. I want to leave this room where the house cleaner comes in and she is delighted. She's surprised and she's delighted. And she might actually be able to come sit down and just put her feet up and rest for half an hour. to leave an energetic gift for everyone that comes into the space after I've been there, after we've been there, after all of us have been there. It's like taking responsibility for the energy that we were a part of and presenting it and getting it ready for the next person that's going to walk into that space. I'm making it sound like hotel rooms, but it's not. It's about, how you cook. It's about, I walked down the stairs. I went to walk down the stairs yesterday, and when I got to the bottom of the stairs, Todd had turned my shoes around. So, because you don't wear shoes inside in Hawaii, but he turned them around so I could just step into them. And it filled me with so much joy. And it's not an OCD thing. There's a big difference between OCD and conscious intention of presenting a love space for everybody, no matter who they are, not just the person that you love, but everybody.
Yeah. So one of the things I wanted to say too is that I noticed the impact, and there's Marita Shashan from Israel came on. I can't remember everybody else, but there was a lot. There is a collective awareness that seems to have hit that is about self-appreciation and self-love, self-worth, self-esteem, whatever you want to call it. And what I see in this energy that we call Soulgy, which again is a reflection, it's just another word for what we all are and share, is I see all of these connections being made. People send us messages every single day by the 10s, by the 20s, I'm telling you, and they say to me, thank you. It's not me they're thanking, though. It's because we're all creating this. And they're saying, I met so-and-so. There's been romance, legitimate, forget the twin flame and all that stuff, but legitimate connections made over and over again through this energy. And I see it every single day. And I don't even surf Facebook newsfeed, but I see it. I see the connections, and I receive these messages from people, and they tell me, and it's the whole point about what I'm trying to understand, what we're trying to understand, what we're all experiencing is how do we convert our energy into abundance? And I don't mean resources. I mean everything. How do we do that? And I think it takes a lot of guts. And we're just stepping into this. And we're actually looking at each other saying, hey, you could go home tomorrow, but we're in. There is no sit. We're in. Okay. We're not going to turn back. We're not going to stop. And this is the only way that we're going to actually manifest what people call New Earth. And I don't even like the term. Okay. It's the only way we're going to expand Mother Universe is by actually having faith in ourselves and each other, and actually saying, okay, I'm going to give this out with no expectation. I am going to trust the universe is going to align with my own intentions. And that's really the gist of what I wanted to say today, because it's not easy. We're not victims, none of us, but to put your heart into what you're doing in every moment, this is what we are. This is what creation is. Creation said, I want to experience this, and I have the courage, the faith, and the love, and the wisdom to be able to withstand and transform anything that comes my way. And I believe that's what Soulgy is. It's not a social circle. It's an energy, just like we all are. It's just a name for the energy that we all share. And you can call it Chi or Brahman or whatever, Kundalini, whatever. But it's just a name, not to take anything away from the name, but it's who we are, what we're a part of. And this, even doing this, I don't get nervous. I can be on the screen and it's no problem. But I know something big is happening, and we're all part of it. And the one last thing I want to say is that I understand somehow, some way, that there is a need for the verbalization in this realm of what we're all going through. And that's why it's so important for everyone to speak up. And that's why the dream that is a reality, because it's been imagined and therefore energetically it's been imprinted into the universe, is to have a network that has infinite channels where every single person has a voice. So I would encourage everyone to step up and make videos and lives. I just turned on the news feed a while ago just to turn on the hotspot, and the first 6 posts were people doing lives, and I thought, oh my God, that's it, that's it. So I don't know what else to say.
I want to talk about our love for a moment. Our love is so interesting because it's not. Is that all right?
Yes. Talk that way so they can.
We sat in front of each other this morning, and both of us just, the love that we felt, we just cried. Both of us, didn't we?
Yes.
Yeah. With tears pouring down both of our faces. And there was no victim. It's not about, I might have to go home in the next few days or whatever. It was the connection, the love was so real. But at the same time, there's an absolute acceptance of, it doesn't matter if we're apart. That love doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't change. It doesn't do anything. I don't know. This has been such a weird experience for me because it doesn't look anything like, my last two or three relationships that I had in any way, shape or form. It's been incredible, to be with this man, to watch him strive to get somewhere for us to stay every single night, as well as try to, create a space where we can do broadcasts and whatever as well. And, I want to say this. We get as many people telling us their good stories about them meeting this person or that person, or they've, met their soulmate or divine conscious union or whatever it is. But a lot of people actually contact both of us wanting help. We're the same. We're not actually qualified. Just because Todd does what he does doesn't make both of us qualified to help everyone else. I've always been a big believer that the most powerful healer is somebody, what you do with yourself. Absolutely happy to share information, but I find it unusual the amount of people that we get wanting to tune in to us, thinking that we can do something for them. We're no different than anyone else. We really aren't. We're still working it out ourselves. We're working through our own stuff. We're working through the relationship stuff really nicely, I will say. But just because Todd's on here broadcasting doesn't make him or me qualified anything to help everyone else. I did get a call this morning with a woman who wanted to share a story. I don't have time to answer everyone, but I felt what I liked about what I was able to do was be able to say, I know exactly who you need to speak to and connect them. We don't know everything. We're still learning it ourselves. So, making the assumption that because Todd does what he does and he speaks to so many people and he's broadcasting all these magical beings that he is, I don't even like words, a messiah or an anything. It is a mistake. The most powerful person to listen to is the self. It really is.
Yeah. And that's really the always adding frequencies to an ever expanding vibration of what we're trying to put out there. And I say, hashtag human is the hero. The human is the hero. The human is the one that has to let go of the stories. The human is the one that has to grow up, like she was talking about. She feels like she's always growing up. The human is the one who has to manage. These are her words. Manage the multidimensional aspects. The human is the one who feels everything. And the human voice needs to be heard. But it needs to be heard not from a state of victim consciousness, but from a state of empowerment. That's why the yogi and the guru thing has gone away. That's why it doesn't work anymore. It's not effective anymore. it falls on deaf ears because it's about empowerment, not disempowerment. This is where we're at. And yes, people are at different stages, but for every frequency that I carry that's higher than hers, I have some that are lower than hers. And it works for all of us the same way. We're made up of an infinite number of frequencies. And so we're all in this together. This is a place and energy where we can find what resonates with us, what we need. And I know there's thousands and thousands of stories because I've seen them and I've read them and I've watched them. It's just really a mirror of what we're all doing. And it's about self-empowerment. It's about self-reliance. And this is what we're pushing for. This is what we're attempting.
Let me check you. Sound. Shit. We'll roll out. Just 1 minute. Yvette Goulet.
Live that you did with Ella Ray yesterday, and I listened to that one on my own, and Jude had a little bit of a listen to a part of it. And the collective, I know what the collective what it means, but she didn't quite understand it. So I basically said to her, well, the collective is just a term, a label that we put on as grouping, whether you want to call it a physical manifestation, a gathering of physical beings in the physical term, like, we could have like Morgan used to organise in Adelaide, our little soul gatherings. So, a group of like-minded individuals would come together in the physical and play in the physical and the energetic field that was created in that moment. So it was a collective. It was a more than one.
A conscious collective.
And the conscious
collective. Yeah.
That's the conscious collective in the physical, which was allowing us then to, collect together and share the energetic information, the collectiveness was coming together. People were sharing their gifts, Todd. You know, each and every one of the people that I've met with Morgan's, cheers, bro, take care. Love you, see ya. And each and every person is a unique individual. And each and every person, see Mike, brings their own flavour to the table. And I've tried to put an analogy to that in a physical form. It's, see Mike, have a lovely day. And to describe it in a human form, it's like a banquet table where each and every individual brings their own flavour to the table. Some flavours you might not resonate with so much as others, but at the end of the day, it's a collective. It's a collective that's being presented. It's not an individual. It's not an individual ingredient. It's a collective of ingredients that, when blended together, can create the most unbelievable, outstanding dishes that you could imagine. And that won't happen by being an individual on your own. We need. It's part of our test here, I believe, is that we need to drop the judgment on every possible area that we can even think of regarding anything, to allow the flavours and the ingredients and the gifts, if you want to call it that, that every single individual has to offer. And we are so prone to doubting our own gifts. I'll put my hand up to that. Yep. Doubting. Then somebody might, say something to you that alleviates that doubt. So that's a little bit of a guide there. But at the end of the day, when we can really drop all the judgment, drop all the doubt, then there's no fear. Yeah. I was a little bit nervous again coming on here, and I.
Well, you should be.
Well,
I'm just messing with you. Let's go back. Let's go back to what Jude said about the collective.
Yeah.
Right? Let's go back there because you got into individuality or the lack thereof.
Yep.
And there's polar meanings to that.
Yep.
So Fiona McLennan, your country mate, she said, "For me, the collective is humanity," and that's the first thing I thought.
Yeah.
And then she said, "Well, then I'll tell you what I thought." After that, we started talking about Morgan's little soul group, right? And playing in the physical and the energetics, the etherical at the same time. And I started to think, it only makes sense that, it comes from the universe, comes from ourselves, to thine own self be true, and then to the circles closest to you. So that's why I said that was a conscious collective, y'all's little group, Morgan's. But it does build up to that point. So I'm kind of getting, that's part of what's happening is we're starting to consciously come together as little collectives in the collective. And that's ultimately that all those ingredients like you're talking about in a boiling pot blending together to one beautiful taste, right? But then you said about individuality and how there is only oneness, basically, is what you were saying. And but another thing, the other part of that is that, as she told me a long time ago, the road to oneness is the path to oneness is through the road of individuality. I mean, our uniqueness, what you're talking about, our uniqueness, our flavor is at the same time oneness. It's like if we're 100% ourselves, if you're Mick and I'm Todd, because you won't be Mick again and I won't be Todd again. We might be all these other great divine essences and ass kickers and archangels and angels and all that. But the more you are that, the more you contribute to oneness. What's your perception on that?
That's exactly my perception on it, and expanding on that a little bit. It is understanding your unique. I'll go back again. We've been so programmed for our beliefs on how to react, our emotional reaction to all these situations, and more now at a absolutely accelerating rate, we are becoming more and more aware that these patterns and beliefs that have been enground into us do not serve our highest good anymore. Where we are at an energetic state in consciousness at the moment, these old patterns and beliefs aren't going to serve us at all anymore. So we've got a transition, we've got an adjustment that's being made, and it scares the fuck out of some people. It really does, and I see that around me now.
Does it scare the fuck out of you?
Not now.
Not
right. Now.
I think that's what we're having trouble getting used to. Looking at those other people was just a distraction, right?
And that's right. And I know, only from my perspective as an individual, on what's happened to me in my life and the people around me has brought me here today to right now, to right in this moment right now. So I really feel that I've let go, and it's very recently again, let go of something that has now allowed me to not even be not be surprised. I'm looking at all this stuff change and the energy field and frequency change, and it's actually not scaring me now. The more and more as a collective we are coming together to share our information, which is our gift. You know, you might know something that I know, but you don't know it the way I know it. There's a little bit of difference there. It's a little bit like that old story of Chinese whispers. You know, you tell somebody a story and then they've got to translate that story to somebody else. And by the time it's 100 people down the track, that story's got its own flavour now. It's actually had a bit of flavour added along the way. And that's the way it is. So
let's go back to what you just said, because you just put an energetic, spiritual, cosmic rollout that was pure, high frequency. Let's go back to what precipitated that, the epiphany that was, and that was after the show we did, another cycle that occurred before the previous show appeared to you. We don't have to get into specifics. And you actually embodied what you just said, which is probably at this point in the game an explanation that more people will be able to hear. And just to go back to Fiona, I'm not going to read all of it, but she said, the question for me is to have a contribution to the collective that touches as many diverse hearts as possible, including the ones that seem most closed. And so what I'm seeing is that we've spent our time focusing on them, especially the healers and all that, right? And you did something after the second show in the same situation, and like Morgan says, you made a different choice. Right? So the results of that choice, I think, is what a great explanation would be for us at this stage in the game, because that's as close as a territory we can all be together. You know, I mean, that's the closest to the 0 point. This is what we have in common. How did you feel? What did you see? You said you became the observer, and regardless of the results, you don't have to get into the results, but regardless of the results, would it matter if there had been any other outcome? So go back to the first. What did you feel? What did you observe as the observer? What result did it have, in your opinion, on what occurred after? And did it make any difference to you in the place that you were in?
A situation was presented, and I, due to the information that I was given about, and we won't go into specifics, but due to the information I was presented with, I went into fear mode. I wasn't there in my physical form, so I couldn't assess the situation with my own human eyes. I was only getting fractions of information from other parties regarding this situation that was happening right then and there. And I ended up coming to where the situation was, and I expected the worst. Literally, I expected the worst. And as I came into the situation, I knew that at this moment now, I have a choice on which frequency I was going to enter this situation in. and that was a higher vibrational frequency to what was happening in that situation. I knew what was happening in that situation was an extreme lower vibrational frequency. I knew that. This was the information that I was given. There were people being extremely hurt, not in the physical, but they were hurting themselves by being so tied up with this lower vibrational frequency. Bang, 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 that I knew that the things that we talked about in our last live and the information that I've been receiving and trying to pass on to other people, it was like this, Todd. Here it is. When you know, you cannot unknow.
Yeah. But you embodied,
you can't,
you embodied it in this situation. And so what was your response? What did you do? What did it feel like? You said you used the word observer, moving into that space. What did it feel like? And what did you see? And what
I felt like I had never felt before. I truly did feel that I was an observer, and all I knew in my heart, in my mind, in my whatever it is that I need to remain in a higher vibrational frequency, no matter what's happening. And I was attacked for it. I was verbally abused there and then on the spot in certain circumstances, and I still remained in that high vibrational frequency. And as a result of that, the situation diffused somewhat. It sort of went into well, now I'm trying to explain it, and I'm viewing it as I'm trying to explain it again, because I haven't even tried to explain it because it only happened two days ago. I feel that I was viewing the energy, the low vibrational frequency dispersed, and it was like I was viewing limbo. And I've never, even me saying that now, I've never even thought of it until right now that I've been asked to explain how I felt. I feel now that I was viewing the situation from a low vibrational frequency. I was in a high vibrational frequency, and I viewed the situation turn to basically a limbo state. The lower vibrational frequency had changed. We weren't in that higher vibrational frequency as yet, but it was like I was viewing that there was a choice to be made to raise that vibrational frequency. And as I observed the situation, I observed the frequency change, and I observed it rising. Now, one of the parties wasn't here.
Yeah.
So this is regarding the parties that were here. And, in time, which took all night, the vibrational frequency had changed somewhat, but not so much on one of the parties that was involved. And I knew myself that I just need to stay in this high vibrational frequency. Instead of feeling sorry for the person that was in the lower vibrational frequency, I fully understood that that beautiful soul was on their own specific individual journey in life, and they were just experiencing that lower vibrational frequency in that now moment, which happened to in lineage time, be hours or whatever it was. The next morning,
so you were honoring his, her, whoever space.
Yeah.
No matter how close they were to you.
Yeah.
Which is the same thing you were doing for yourself, right? Janie Hodges is backing you up. She says we have to show people how it's done by doing it, and that's really what you did. You embodied it, and I think that's a word I didn't understand for 2 years. I always would ask more, what the hell does that mean? Why are you always saying that? And at different levels, I think I kind of got it, but that's really what it is. It seems simple. But we have all this knowledge now. We've been talking about it on the shows, and it's really a matter of bringing it in. And that's, I don't know, it's such a straight line that it's almost like hard to grasp. That's all we got to do, but that's it. In every moment, be that conscious.
And what you're actually saying, which I'm getting, is this. It is so simple. It is so simple. But we, as human hybrid souls on this planet, have been involved in so much of the lower vibrational, three-dimensional, however you want to call it, patterning for thousands of years or whatever. I don't know, time, whatever.
It's just a story now, isn't it?
They're just stories. So it really is. It is so simple. And our test on this planet, this school of life, however you want to put a label on it, is just that. It is actually to understand how simple it is. And the test is dropping the bullshit that's been ingrained in us for eons. All the patterns, all the beliefs, all the this, all the that, all the this, the judgment that's been ingrained in us for so long. So that is the test, really. It is how quickly do you want to, like, I talked with my son about this, and it is this. When you understand, which I do understand, there's a lot of things, of course, I don't understand, but we're only talking now about energy. I've heard it for so long. It's all about energy. It's all about energy. It's all about energy. Well, guess what? It is all about bloody energy. It is. But when you really understand that there's a line. There's a line here, and a lower vibrational frequency exists below the line. Now, by saying that, how's about this term that we've grown up with? You have now crossed the line. How many times have you heard that in your life? That person has crossed the line. And all that means now, that I've heard that so many times. Oh, he's crossed the line, or she's crossed the line, or they've crossed the line. Well, I understand now on an energy frequency term that all that means is they've allowed themselves to drop to a lower vibrational frequency.
Well, I think there's another way to look at that too, because everything's changed. The context of everything's changing. So maybe crossing the line is now. Put that shit behind you. Cross the line to the other side where you came from. If you want to look at it that way,
raise the frequency.
Lillian Howard, who was on yesterday, just put up dropping. Oh, wait a minute. Knowledge married with experience equals wisdom. But what I'm getting out of what you were talking about, what you went through after the last show, and what I'm starting to understand is so important. Knowledge married with experience equals wisdom. But in order to have experience, you got to take action. So you have a conscious, no matter how much the human or the ego resists, you stay in that space And that's all we have to fucking do. We don't have to say anything to anybody. And you saw some results over a period of a couple of days. And you said to me before the show, it was the first time I stayed out of it, basically. I stayed in this place, this higher perspective, this higher aspect of me. Let me ask you something. When you do that, as you've done that, do you talk as much? Do you think we talk as much if we're in that higher perspective? Do we have to tell anybody anything or just hold that space?
Definitely, even being asked that question and reflecting on the situation, gee, it's even hard to describe. I'll try to think of it in a way of going back to how I would have dealt with it in another lifetime, if you want to put it. So up until I dealt with it only a few days ago, and I'm learning and trying to adjust to these patterns, and that like everyone is. So maybe and possibly and probably I would have entered that situation with disappointment, which would have manifested into anger, and I would have tried to control that situation with
the old paradigm. This is something we all have. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I want to get back to what worked, because we all have the common denominator of what you're describing. We've all contributed an energy of buying into the bullshit. And so there's a certain, you would think, theoretically, a certain way that energy is going to go or contribute to that overall energy. Now, you embodied what you learned or what you came to, right?
Yeah.
You
said, action.
Okay, but so you took the action. What was the result? What was the result? And you took the action as a human with that multidimensional knowledge or whatever. What was the result on the situation? Do you feel that you changed your game? The game changed. Did it or did it not?
Thank you, Todd. I even wrote that down. I even wrote that down somewhere here, because that's exactly what I wanted. One of the things I wanted to talk about was that. And where have I written it down? The game. The game. That's it. The game that we're involved in, there are now new rules.
Yeah.
And that's it. So therefore now we're playing by new rules. We're not playing by the old rules. There are so many people that are still playing by the old rules, and
they don't matter. That's the whole
beautiful.
Hey, Mick, that's the whole new rule, and that's what I think we're having trouble getting used to. The whole new rule is it doesn't matter what the fuck everybody else is doing.
That's it. And when we understand that,
it's hard for us to understand when we hold the higher ground. I hate to even use that term, but when we honor ourselves as a human and allow the human to experience everything like you did, but with the knowledge that has come in, going back to your dream that you brought up on the first show, it's like, how do you sustain that space? Just by conscious effort, not about talking about the other people or worried about the other people.
No. By putting the word that you just used a minute ago, by putting this knowledge into action. There it is. You're going to put your hand in the fire when you know it's going to burn you. You have to act on that knowledge. Don't put your hand in the fire, otherwise it will burn you. You're not going to kick, and that's what we've been doing for so long. We've been repeating the same patterns over and over and over again when we're having new information coming into us all the time, and we're accruing this information, we're accruing this knowledge, but we're not having the true understanding of the knowledge. And when we have that true understanding of the knowledge, that is the moment when you put that understanding into action.
That's right. And
So for the first time,
at some point, we got to start speaking in the affirmative. It's not what we do; it's what are we doing now? You know, I mean, and this is a great example. I think it's a great real-time intel example of a situation you went through, which is contrasted by the fact that you went through the same situation before the first show, then you go through the same situation after having a wider awareness after the second show. You took you made a different choice. As an observer, what did you observe in the energy? And that's why I was getting at, did it even matter to you what the other energies involved reactions were? Would it have changed? Would it have changed anything? That place where you've honored yourself because you can hurt no one from that place. And that's why I asked the question. Because I'm trying to equate this into a human, like what we can all understand at the widest level, to Fiona's point, is, if that was your first or second time or 100th time, I don't know. But in that space where you've been able to be the observer, did you talk as much? And I'm not talking about you personally. I think about it myself, and I think I'm getting quieter in some instances. But is that silence spoke to these other energies involved? Did it not? Did it speak to you?
I think I believe it did. I believe what you're trying to ask me is what was my feeling and observation as viewing from specifically an energetic point of view. So we're going deep. We're going a lot deeper here, because what we're actually doing is having absolutely no judgment, which will run as deep as the judgment of the physical being. So I would watch the physical being relay this information, and watch the physical being in a lower vibrational frequency, and listen to the lower vibrational frequency bullshit come out of their mouth. But I was looking at the human, the physical vessel, as it basically didn't exist, as that was just a vessel that was vibrating at this lower vibrational frequency. So whether it was a family member or somebody I didn't know or whatever, I know now that to really view as an observer, we have to even drop the physical identity, because sometimes that physical identity will come into play on our judgment. And here's an example. When somebody gets upset and they're physically upset, and the next thing that the other person might do is attack them by saying, have a look at yourself. Have a look at yourself. Look at what you're doing. Go and look in the mirror and look at yourself. Well, what we're doing is judging. We're judging what we're viewing. So we're not even judging the energy. We're judging the physical manifestation of what we're viewing with our own eyes. So to look past the consequence of the energetic frequency on how that's operating, and then being transferred to us via physical what we're looking at, I basically found myself viewing as an energy frequency itself, dismissing the physical vessel, dismissing the fact that these people were my family and the closest people around me, dismissing all that, and just viewing the energy that was happening. And the result of me staying in the high vibrational frequency I knew, and I do know, that a higher vibrational frequency will pull a lower vibrational frequency towards it. It will raise it. It might not raise it. It's called planting the seed, even if you want to, if you even want to put it in that.
I want to get back to your experience on, and I know you're holding the higher vibration, but the human part of you, because a lot of people might think, okay, he had this higher vibration level, and he was in Buddha state, all right, but you talked about observing the lower vibrations and the other energies involved. In their voice, basically, did you hear your own ego? Did you hear your own, hey, you're full of shit, hey, you're just being whatever? Did you hear any of that, or were you in a state where you didn't hear any of that?
Yeah, I didn't hear any of that. None of it. None of it existed.
Has that happened before? Because that's
no,
incredible.
not like that.
But I think I do think that when you do something like that, you're opening the door for other people. There was a comment here. Okay, Morgan, has this understanding changed your external experience? I guess that's another way to put it.
Yes.
Are you changed now, or is there an ebb and flow? Are you seeing things in a totally different light?
If I can explain it back to the energy and the frequency, I really feel that my vibrational frequency has risen and is staying in the higher vibrational frequency that I'm in, and the every minute that goes by that I'm aware that I'm in that high vibrational frequency, I understand more that, you know, you brought it up the other day. There's so many there's so many ways to describe it, so many labels to put on it. It is this. You said it, Todd. There's no going back.
Yeah.
Now,
It's
with the information and the knowledge and the understanding of that knowledge, there's no going back.
It was mind blowing.
Live on Facebook.
Oh, awesome! Brilliant. Cool. Yay! I'm like on this weird block, so I can't share anything at the minute. So if you want to do any sharing, you can. I've told everyone to do that anyway. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Freedom Network / Sology Midnight Broadcast. We are just in the process of, you see, I think it's, I can see it going out. That's good. People are sharing. I am kind of confused now because I feel like I'm on a Sology interview when I'm not, because I'm in charge, right? So I'm going to have to keep focusing. I'm in charge here. But no, I was just talking about that shadow work, the polarities thing. The last couple of days I've been doing that consistently. And what I noticed was that my interpretation of 0 point was completely wrong. My idea of what 0 point was, like we all know I wasn't very good at it anyway, right? But it was something that I think I was training myself to step into from a distorted place, from a place of repression, not actually acknowledging my feelings and bypassing, like, energetically what was happening within me if I was triggered. And that polarity pulls you into a 0 point really fast. That polarity practice, it's incredible. And I was so impressed with that video. I've saved it and watched it like 2 or 3 times. And because I feel like the last couple of days, there's been a pretty big energetic shift. I don't know whether you two are feeling it, but it's been good. Yeah, you have. Okay, good. Yeah. Like massive. But things seem to be happening much, much faster. And I don't know whether this is because I finally learned how to do 0 point, or whether that's a collective thing because of the energy that we're under, or both. I don't know. But it just feels really, really powerful. And for people who are watching who haven't had access to that yet, could we summarize just briefly what that is that you put out there for anyone who hasn't seen it? Because you both put a video out on this polarities in shadow work, and I think it's amazing. Do you mind going over that?
Yeah, no, I think that's a great thing to talk about.
Yeah.
I think you should tell them and tell them what the whole series is, really, you know,
Yes.
and what we're doing and why we're doing it.
When I first met Todd, he was this incredible galactic being. You know, he had access to all that information that was coming through, but he hadn't cleared his own 3D shadow. So, you know, I could see as it was coming through, it would be skewiff. So when I first came to America, I put him, he calls it boot camp. I guess it was a bit difficult for him because he did it non-stop every day for 5 weeks.
Wow.
He cleared, he used the tool that I shared with him for 5 to 8 hours every day, and he cleared his own programming. And the more he cleared, the clearer he got. So, you know, the more of the lower vibrational energy that we move from our own energetic field, then we're making room for that higher dimensional information, which is us, to actually come through embodied and actually start being more so who we are. Yeah. I gave him originally just one tool. And like I said, he says I put him through boot camp, but I didn't make him do anything. I just said, if you really want to change your life and you really want balance and peace and, you know, clarity and everything, go and do this. It was really quite funny for me because like we had our own rooms because we had agreed that we weren't going to do like the normal human 3D stuff. And he had his own room to hours. One of the system. So I probably went on a little bit too long.
No, I was good.
I don't know. I get so passionate about shadow work.
You need to go on about it more. This is a powerful transmission you've just given. I said that under that video you put into. It's like, wow, Morgan, it's so valuable. Like literally the last 2 days. I am not kidding. Like everybody knows, 0 point, not my strongest. Right. And the last couple of months, every circumstance that could have arose to test me. And I did everything except that. Right. So I stayed inside of the duality and continued to create from that place, not realizing I was. By using those polarities, I understood what 0 point should properly feel like. And it wasn't a bypassing tool. It was a genuine reset. And energetically, the last 2 days, everything is just left. I've never felt as clear. And this is only, you know, literally since watching that video, so not long at all. But I'm applying it to everything, right? And it's not difficult. It's happening quickly. And it doesn't feel... I think the issue with duality is the charge that we carry around, and it's something that we continue to create from, and it completely removes the charge. And then when the charge is removed, there's access to more. And I woke up this morning and there was there was an evident energetic shift. I could feel a lot, like bliss waves, kind of in this really almost ecstatic state, but I wasn't attached to it. Because I'm aware of charge in all forms now. Like this sense of getting too attached to anything doesn't feel comfortable, having experienced the opposite of what duality is. Like to know that, it's like I now know what I don't need. And I woke this morning and had this download happen. And it's the first time I've had one where it was just boom, 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 boom. And I only had an urge to draw. And I ended up drawing out a graphic that explains the next phase of what I'll be learning from, and is in response to questions that I kept asking over the last couple of days and wasn't getting an answer for. And it was pretty intense, but I'm not like stressed by it. Usually I'm like, oh my God, I had this thing happen. I'm really excited. And I'm like, no, now I know what's next. I can continue with it because that charge isn't there, right? It's like just like I'm at this baseline point that I'm hoping to keep, but I don't know. We'll see. But it feels really good. It feels really good. And that work is powerful. So I would never complain ever about talking about it too much. In fact, I think it's something we all need massively.
Well, that's 2 transmissions by 2 of you, and there's 3 of us. I hope I don't have to do one.
Yeah, but I think it's important to kind of note that though. And what was interesting to me as well, that over the last couple of days, I feel like there's a faster retrieval of information. Like everything's just there. I'm not needing to go within to find anything or to ask questions. It kind of just arrives. And like there's a layer of reality that's available that wasn't available in real time, present tense, going about my day before. Like I feel a lot closer. Like they call it the veil lifted. It feels a little bit like that. Like there's more available now here just since waking up this morning. And it feels so strange. I think because I've been under for so long, it's just incredible to witness that. And I wanted to ask you as well, like both of you are pretty distinctly connected to your higher selves, and they are key relationships, right, for following and forward movement. When did that kick off for you? Because I remember you mentioning it before, Morgan, when we spoke, and we only briefly touched on it, but I'm really interested in that relationship and how that's been fortified.
Probably 1999, I had what was called a Bowen therapy session. I had been and didn't recognize. My whole family called me a gypsy because I was the one that said, oh, this person's having a baby, they're going to get married, this person's going to die. I just saw everyone did that. But in 1999, I had chronic coccyx pain and went and had a Bowen session, which I guess is an energy session. Immediately, Merlin came in. In that session, I was told, like all relationships, the ones that you give more energy to are the closest. And I know, like even with my own children, I speak to numerous times a week. Well, one of them, actually, my daughter's not very happy with me at the moment. But the more energy I put into any relationship, the more energy I give to that, the more I expand the energetic connection between us. And for me, that doesn't matter if it's a higher self, if it's a guide, if it's my husband, if it's a best friend, it doesn't matter. If we look at people, there are some people that we just tune in and we know that they're out of sorts. But if we think about it, how much energy do we give to that relationship? All day, every day, we are soul merging with other people. But it's the conscious soul merging that we do. If I consciously connect with Todd every day, our dimensional relationship becomes stronger and stronger and stronger. I mean, I can tune into him the moment that he's out of sorts. So for me, so many of us are complaining about not being able to have a really clear communication with our higher self. But at the same time, we're not ringing them. We're ringing our friends. We're dialing into Facebook. We're doing all of that. We're actually putting our energy into the friendships, the relationships that we think that we want. If we sat every day, 1 or 2 times a day, and actually connected with our higher self, we build a relationship, and that communication between us becomes stronger and stronger and stronger.
Mm-hmm.
So from the very beginning, as soon as we met, almost every day I'd say to you, bring up your higher self. Don't ask me, ask him. And he did that very often, until he hit the point where he didn't need to ask me to connect him to that anymore. He built a relationship with his own higher self.
This has become really important for me since June. I had my first experience of like a direct conversation, but it was usually it's internally and very subtle, or sometimes innate, where it's just information kind of falls in to the consciousness. But this one was out loud communicating. And again, I feel like a lot of the things that have happened to me this year are just confirming stuff that I would have questioned if it wasn't so blatantly obvious. And that higher self communication feels integral to and intrinsically linked to shadow work, because the dial goes up and the radio's louder and there's a clearer sense of the transmission. It's an evidently higher consciousness because the information received tracks a lot quicker and it doesn't waste time inside of the loops that we tie ourselves up in. There's not emotive response. It's it's relational response, it's powerful response, and it takes into account everything, but it's certainly not charged with anything that would block us making correct decisions. Like, I feel like it's a really, really powerful link up with what you're already putting out there. And you're aiming to share a lot more about the shadow work now, aren't you? From what I've seen.
I've been sharing this for many years, many years. My higher self said to me, at some point, this information will align energetically. The frequency will hit the planet and people will be ready for it.
Yeah.
We've been taught that we have to meditate and we have to go into breath work and to bring all that up. But you right now could bring up your higher self energy and sit there with it right in front of you or right next to you and communicate with that directly. You don't have to close your eyes. You don't have to meditate. You don't have to do breath work. You don't have to do anything. This is your energy, and you can bring that up before you right now to sit with you and help you through this show. Not that you need help. As easily as you can imagine, you know, your inner child self being there with you right now as well, or a future self from 100 years in advance, or a past self 100 or 1,000 years, or a galactic self. We've been tricked into thinking that we have to reach a certain state, alpha, beta, theta, whatever, in order to do that. But you could right now bring up your higher self and say, what do you want me to know? And even while you're sitting here talking to us, you could have a full-on conversation with your higher self energy.
Yeah. See, that's awesome. Right. I'm so with you in everything you've just said. This morning I said to myself, I want an advanced being to explain to me, like, what was the question? What was the correlation between shadow work of the individual and actually shifting dimensions? I wanted to know what the link was. It was like, what is the point of me doing? Like, basically, I was in this place of, I am fully tired of working on myself and feeling like I'm going in loops. I want to understand it. Right? It's like, I'm done doing this without any cause. And everything that I got, right, basically explained that how we begin to see interdimensionally is related to time, space, and then action and decision. So it's all about linear time. And where we drop away from our beliefs in shadow work, we are dissembling linear time. And that comes through via channels in the consciousness and affects our sight. And then when our sight is affected, space alters itself differently. So then we understand quantum time and make decisions. Like, I got a whole diagram in 6 minutes, right? Like, look at that. Like, a whole diagram in 6 minutes. And I'm not the most, like, I haven't got an attention span for that kind of thing. But this was incredible. And it explained everything layer by layer. So I was like, right, now I get it. So the passion's back for it. And I understand what's happening. And I'm able to see the relationship now between doing that work on myself and the altered consciousness, the ability to see things differently from here. It's amazing. Like, obviously that's my higher self. I asked for an advanced being, which was an arrogant thing to ask for, right? And all I got confirmation of was, we already have that. So everything you've said lines up with everything that happened this morning, which is, again, time going quantum and awesome. So I just wanted to tell you because it's so cool. It's on top of this as well, light beams. Right, this is like, I specifically heard this morning that I had to ask you questions about this. So I'm going to go with whatever comes up. Like, there's a lot of preoccupation, right, with light being relationship. Do you feel now, given the energy that we're working under, with everyone shifting the way that we are, like, quite fast, there's a lot more available to us. Is the relationship with the light beings something that is as integral anymore, or is it becoming considerably less? Is our fixation with that an issue?
Wow, that's a great question.
Good question. Thanks.
That's a great question. Let me think about that. I get what you're saying. I think it's like everything. Like, you know, when she woke up, it was Merlin. When I woke up, it was Cosmic Jesus. For somebody else, it was something else. We have had spirit guides come in and different essences and galactics come in. But as time goes on, they all seem to lessen. and I don't mean lessen like they're not there, but it's more embodied, I guess. Maybe that's the closest I can come to it. But we still, like, we had a experience last night, and I had my eyes open. We talked about it today, and it was, again, we got the same thing, but I saw, like she said, we went up to the highest level we ever have, and I saw all these different types of energies and entities. And so that was the first. I didn't see the gold beans again, or the dragons, or this was a whole different neighborhood. So I don't know if you would probably know better, because she had like Merlin come in, and then Soul Mother, and then the two, Buddhist monks.
Mm-hmm.
Did they go away?
Yes. Yes, they did. For me, and this is only my experience, the first being that came to me was Merlin. Shortly after, a woman with white, really big, thick, long, curly hair came in. They were my teachers. Then I had two Tibetan Buddhist monks. And as I accepted their energy, they merged with me and they became me. And like everything, it doesn't matter if it's humans, if it's guides, if it's anything else, we're all one. And, I was, I guess in the beginning, still very human, trying to get all of this, and understood that it's all energy. They're all just symbols. They're coming into show me aspects of myself. So as I brought them into my heart and accepted, well, yes, I am that, and yes, I am that, and yes, I am that. We had two beings come in last night that was quite confronting to the human self. But the quicker that I say, yes, I am that, and yes, I am that, then they merge into my being. I become one with them, and everything that they are becomes part of me as well. There is no time and space. No. There is no time and space. We've been tricked into believing that. I can communicate, with an aspect of me on another planet 1,000 years from now, or 1,000 years as easily and as well as I can communicate with my 3-year-old self, or myself tomorrow, or last week, or this myself. We are one, and this whole time and space concept is just a thing that's tricked us into believing in separation. So many people have said, well, you need to have a Reiki session, or you need to do breath work, or you need to do sessions with other people. But we have access to everything in every moment. While I was pregnant, I brought up the souls, the energies of my babies before me, and I had conversations with that energy. And after they were born, I did the same thing. I didn't have to ask them when they needed feeding or anything. I just brought up their energy in front of me, had pure conversations with that. What do you need? What do you want? What's going on? Is there some DNA of mine that you don't need or that you don't want? What can we do here together? And we don't have to close our eyes, although we do sometimes, but we don't have to close our eyes. We don't have to meditate. We don't have to have anyone else do it for us. If we develop a question in our brain, the question is developed because the energetic answer is already within our field. The human mind thinks, I'm asking a question. Ask the question to yourself, tune in to the energy that's around you, and there's your answer.
I so get this. I didn't have that in my head, but I so get this. There's this sense now of so much previous expectation of what it means to evolve and allow dissension not any longer being required. I had this sense that I should be communicating with a light beings or a light being to confirm my placement and confirm the information that I can receive. Only today, after doing this polarity stuff, is that being kind of shown to me that that's not the case. And when you speak about soul merging, my experience of this is that it takes the mind to a place of purity. It takes you to, and I don't mind this word now, it was really annoying me a couple of weeks ago, right? But it takes you to that place where you feel really like proper unity. Like this state of connectedness is a very real thing and much higher than I think we have the words for at the minute. And when I hear both of you speaking, and I've seen you write about this, Todd, about the idea of human love and then divine love, is that what soul merging to you is the doorway for? Is that how relationship can change through this practice? Is this another really big question? I'm trying not to blow your heads off.
Another good question. That's a Todd question, man.
Okay.
That's a great question because it's like 3 questions in one.
All right.
I'm just going to say very little and let her. She's been downloading this stuff for years. But from my perspective, like being unconsciously aware, if that makes sense, before I met Morgan, and then learning more, like I don't mean to say like textbook, but like from someone who's got all the intricacies down, right? Because I'm not that type. I'm more like a feeling kind of thing. And if I feel it, I don't have to understand it. But then this blend really helped me a lot. But I would say that.
Did you just call me a blend?
No, I said the blend of the two. A blend. But I mean,
you're a coffee.
So what I'm saying is, this is a great subject matter. But what I'm saying is that like I don't know, the merging, the conscious merging, which can be called helioscamos, which can happen between any 2 people, all right, or any 2 souls, sentient souls. I merged with a bear last night, unexpectedly, boom, right? So, but anyway, it's so much more. The whole definition or connotation of love gets wiped out. Because it's much more than that. It's all the parallels that go with it. One of them being wisdom, activations, elevations, whatever, but it's information. Like that's probably to me, because I have a hard time like really picking up on someone's language, but with her, when she started talking about code. So you're basically exchanging information. You can call that code. And that covers all the emotions, the courage, the love, and all that stuff. It's way beyond that. So it's like she told me one time, this is how we live, learn, and love in the other dimensions.
Right.
Right.
I get that as well. It's just, it fascinated me when you were saying that originally. It was like human love and divine love. And it wasn't until I kind of got on board with this soul merging concept that it started to make sense, because the mind's not involved in that process. It's all energetic, and it's a state of understanding and knowing someone without your projections, without your expectations or attachments. It's like I can literally feel the essence of you. Like that's a real gift as well, and somewhat like it's really beautiful. So I get why that's so important. I love the description you've given. That makes perfect sense. It's all code. Getting to that point seems to be a little difficult, though. It's not easily applied to everything, and that's why the shadow work is so important, right? So it's like where we are not able to allow that kind of unity, that kind of connection in our lives with everyone and everything. That's what the shadow work is for. And you're both pretty diligent about the fact that you face everything that you're uncomfortable with. Like, Todd, you've said that a bunch of times. Like, when you're triggered by someone or there's just not resonance, you'll go out of your way to find a likeness. Like, this is going to sound like an obvious question. I kind of know what the answer is, but I just want to see what you're going to say. Like, why do you do that? Why is that so important?
Because she told me that.
Okay.
And I tried it after. And really what it is, it's that light worker adage, it's never them, it's always me.
Yeah.
So I started to apply that, and the toughest place, honestly, to apply it was in my relationship with Morgan. Because sometimes we were together, sometimes we were apart. And, when you're apart and you're writing stuff, which I'm not a big fan of because of the misconstructions that can happen, I had to really find whatever it was. if whatever she wrote agitated me, let's say, as an example, and I was perplexed because we weren't talking verbally, I still had to go past, hey, if she would just talk to me. I had to go back to, why is it bothering you that she's writing to you? You know what I mean? It always had to go back to me. So it actually worked. It helped me deal with separation. And it is, I think, who was it that we had on the show the other day? We were talking about maintenance. I think Marie Batchelor. We're talking about shadow work's moved, or I want to say has moved for some and is readily available for others, because shadow work is a fast track if you want it to be. And you can get to a point where you're maintained like a maintenance instead of the deep shadow work that we're always doing.
Yeah.
But the last thing I would say is that, like, shadow work to me, and I can, because it is an individual trip, but I can also have the experience of doing it with my incarnated divine feminine. Let's just say that. Is that shadow work is like merging with yourself, because your vulnerabilities are getting stripped off. And so that's been the way I would describe it for me. All right. And then in regard to my relationship with Morgan, it comes, because it's in the physical, it comes right with it. It's really strange. Not strange, but it's kind of, freaky that it happens perfectly. I've never even said that to her, but that's what happens. But it's me changing. Ultimately, it's still me. I used to say to her, "Oh my God, you're different today." After I had a big elevation.
She's like, "I'm not any different at all, Todd. It's all you."
Yeah, it took about 20. It's all you before I believed it.
I'd imagine so. If you said you were fiery, you said you were fiery. I'm a bit fiery. I think if someone kept telling me it was all you, I'd punch them. I think it would take me a long time to get balanced with that one. Funny.
He never said that to me. I mean, I definitely never said it to him. He never said that to me, but he would often go through a massive big shift and say, "Oh my God, you've changed so much," and I'd just smile.
But do you notice, like, your experience of people changes? Those you think you don't resonate with, like, there's an almost automatic, like, perception shift, and you're seeing so much more, and the connection is so much more beautiful when that's allowed. But for me personally, and I'm certain I'm not the only one, the human will put up a major fight when it comes to a lack of resonance. Like, I was talking to one of my beautiful friends today, really pure-hearted soul, and the two of us will sit here and go, nah, and we'll come up with any excuse under the sun not to do that work, not to look at someone and say, no, I don't want to go there, I don't want to see similarities, and there'll be every excuse. But that's kind of the point, isn't it? It's the reason why we're here. And I'm just bringing that up because I'm aware of it within myself is still a difficulty. And I notice that this is something that comes up in spiritual circles as well a lot, like, discernment, right? Which is just a buzzword for not doing your shadow work, really. Because I think for me, anytime that I've really resisted it and then eventually faced it, I've gotten the greatest amount of effect energetically. I spoke about that charge leaving. And when we think about the charge, that energetic charge of fear or anger or intimidation or, even like complete and utter disgust sometimes, where it's like, no, carrying that around is so much more uncomfortable than not doing this work. So I can see why that's important. You're laughing, but this is
I'm laughing because I've lived it. I'm laughing because it's funny.
Yeah,
I love. I want to say I love your description. Like when you two started and she went off, and then you went off, and then she went off. But I love the way you describe it, because that's exactly what this does, and that is it eliminates charge. You got the positive, the negative, or the hot and the cold, or whatever. And it eliminates it. and so one thing I wanted to say earlier was when she was talking about the boot camp when she first came over the first time, that was a lot of shadow work. That was a lot of like deep shadow work, like that. Well, it just was a lot of it masculine wound, very deep stuff though. And I had done a lot of stuff on my own, not knowing what I was doing. But my point is that the polarity part really I didn't get that for another year. Right. So like the next time she came, or actually right before she came, because we had this 9 months of separation after the first time she came, which was like lifetimes, right? And I'm traveling around the country. I got no money, literally nothing, so it was a very heavy deal, but I went through it. And then what happened was women kept coming on to me, right? And one night I was hanging out. Yeah, I was hanging out with. No, they kept coming on to me, and I was like getting pissed off.
Yeah.
Like they weren't respecting me. I felt like a woman is okay. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
So, because I remember they'd say like, "Come stay at my house," or "I'll give you a ride," or So it was like in that gesture, but really beneath it there was an ulterior motive. And I'm not speaking about anyone individually. I'm just saying there's different levels of that. Okay. But my point is, I didn't learn until one night I was hanging out with a couple of ladies and something like that happened. And I got my shit and I just started walking down the street at like 2 a.m. And I called her and she told me, what you don't get is it's still active in your field. And she'd been telling me that. And I was like, I don't talk to I don't give that kind of, frequency out. I don't do that. And she said, you don't understand. So it took like 10 times again that it's still active in your field. And that was the polarity. Mm-hmm. And I said, are you fucking kidding me? You mean to tell me I have to identify and own that shit? Mm-hmm. And I did. And like 3 days later, everything changed. And I've not been disrespected like that, because that's what I felt like it was, which was another polarity. Like, how could you disrespect me? So it just opens up. You already know this because you've been doing it.
It's amazing.
Anyway, that's
it's amazing. I love that. I love that example because it can apply it to absolutely everything. I just noticed myself coming up with so many excuses not to do it. But now that 0 point's been experienced, the charge is so obvious, I don't want to keep it. And I'm hoping that this continues. I'm sure it will. Like if I just stay on it now, there won't be as much kickback because there's been a lot lately. Like I don't know about you guys, but the last month has been just the month in general has been really intense. Have you had that? Like you've been on this big journey as well. Like my God, I need to ask you about this. Like how is all that going? Like what's it like where you're based now, and what was it like traveling? Start wherever you want to start.
Well, you were mentioning today that you wanted to talk about, well, you were just saying how the whole month you were, what you were doing, and it culminated on the last couple of days of the month, and it was a big month. And these shows with Franco, Jason, other people all said October was a MF. All right, I'm gonna get some water. I'll be right back.
No, you got to stop sneaking off every time we do a live together.
I think this is a great question, and I think you should go over the whole month. I mean, this is real time intel, and she's out, so let's get her to talk about it.
when you say I'm going to go to the toilet or I'm going to get some water, then you go, oh, I'm hungry. Maybe I'll have some soup while I'm over there. Oh, I'll go to the loo as well.
I'm just going to get some water and check on the bear.
You don't need to check on the bear.
I'm going to have a cigarette.
No, you can stay here.
Oh my God, I'm thirsty.
October was ridiculous.
Yes.
I spent every single
wake up in the morning, lying next to someone you don't know anymore. The choices that you made, they passed you by, but the scars still show. Where do we go from here when there's nothing left but skin and bone? I wanna take your hand in mine, but I'm just afraid you're gonna let it go. And suddenly I remember what you mean to me. I swear to you that I am trying, but it's too hard to see. And I don't care if you can't tell me what is wrong, 'cause I am in this with you, and too far gone ain't too far for me. And what kind of man would I be if I gave up so easily? And who would the children look to if they didn't have you and me? We spend all of our time just fighting each other, and in the end nobody wants to give it up. What does that say to you? But most of all, what does that say to God and his angels above? And when you tell me that you want me, I can barely keep my mind. And when you tell me that you hate me, baby, it's then I see the light. When I tell you that I love you, I know it's hard to understand sometimes, and I will never tell you that I hate you, baby. 'Cause no man's ever loved a woman the way I love you. When I am dying, I want you right there by my side. And give me one more kiss now, baby. It'll be first and last thing on my mind. And I will wait for you in the heaven
to hold you in my arms again. And when you tell me that you love me, and forever I will be clean.
Resurrection is not limited to icons, but unlimited to the life of our souls. We have all walked the dark nights when we thought we were in the right, and we have all walked in the light when we thought there was none. Oneness is underestimated because it covers far more than peace, love, happiness, and the trappings of dogmas. Oneness is to understand that all of the dark nights hold the same face and that everyone's pain is equivalent when weighed against their singular life experience. Oneness is releasing every possession which really had been possessing us all along. The old family gripes so easy to blame on another, the religions and icons forced on ancestors at the price of land and freedoms forsaken. The government conspiracies and royalty belied of the dark demagoguery of foolish human pride. The chains and the stains, the shames and the blames, that even if we're true, serve no purpose but to hide us from ourselves and each other. Divinity is always becoming, always on time, leading to the first and last, the end that begins. I am soul.